Evening, everyone. It is Monday, July 21st, and the work session for mayor and council is called to order. Miss Randy, good evening. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, good afternoon, good evening, everybody.
Evening.
Good evening, my Honorable Mayor Butler,
Yes,
City
ma'am.
Manager Ricky Clark, and city council members on the dais.
That's what happens when we skip a meeting.
My apologies, everybody. Let's start over. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Manager, and city managers, city council members. This is the work session meeting roll call. Mayor Butler,
Present.
Councilmember James,
Present.
Councilmember Gunn,
Present.
Councilmember Gutierrez,
Present.
Councilmember Akins Wells,
Here.
Councilmember Mears.
Here.
Mayor Butler, you have a quorum.
All right, thank you. The consent agenda, is there anything that the governing body desires to add or delete?
I had, Madam Mayor, I had a question about the lighting services.
Um, That was item 2. Yes, ma'am. So we like that removed. Oh, yeah, you have questions. So we'll remove that. Um, Okay, is that it?
Yes.
All right, so is there a motion to adopt tonight's consent agenda with the deletion of item 2?
So move.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilwoman Wells. Is there any discussion? All right, Miss Randy, please.
Councilmember James,
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn,
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez,
Yes.
Councilmember Akins Wells,
Yes.
Councilmember Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, for the regular agenda, is there a motion to adopt tonight's regular agenda with the deletion of item 5? And we're going to add the lighting services. Where would that be? We're going to make that item 10. So is there a motion to approve the agenda with said changes?
So move.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second? That was Councilwoman Gunn. Is there any discussions? Miss Randy, please.
Councilmember James,
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn,
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez,
Yes.
Councilmember Akins Wells,
Yes.
Councilmember Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Let me take the consent agenda. All right, old business, council discussion on the first annual renewal of the 12-month sound equipment services agreement with Digital World Live. Background and history. City Council approved the first annual renewal option for 3 months for the sound equipment services contract with Digital World Live under the same prices, terms, and conditions. This vendor will continue to provide sound equipment and technician services for city events. This request is to exercise the full 12-month renewal period due to the city's representatives conducting a meeting with all parties to evaluate and provide mutual resolutions of the contract's expectations. The total amount is $77,850 from our general fund. Who's this? Oh, yes, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager Clark. We are bringing this item back for you today to consider renewing this annual contract for the full 12-month term, as the prices that have been already negotiated and accepted is under a 12-month term rather than a 3-month term. And we did conduct the meeting as council had instructed us to do, to make sure that all parties found a solution that was workable for the city as well as the vendor in servicing these events here that the city put on. And I did include in your packet those meeting minutes and the list of resolutions that we came up with. We have already enacted that plan. I believe it was done with the first Friday event, and I want to say Juneteenth. event. Council aides were included in this meeting. And so far, so good. I didn't get any, reports that anything, didn't go as planned. And so if you have any other questions, we'll be more than happy to answer.
Thank you. Councilwoman James,
Thank you, no questions.
Councilwoman Gunn,
Great job. Thank you, guys.
Councilman Gutierrez, Councilwoman Wells, and Councilman Mears.
Well.
All right, thank you. Council discussion on the stormwater waiver for Wall Drop Drive. Background and history. Falcon Design Consultants recommended that the city waive Clayton County stormwater requirements for this project regarding gutter spread, stormwater detention, water quality, and runoff reduction. This project involves installing sidewalks, curbs, gutters, and drainage infrastructure along Wall Drop Drive. Due to its linear nature and limited right-of-way space, we believe it will meet the expectation for site constraints listed in the Clayton County Water Authority's Appendix C policy on practicality, I can't pronounce that one. Practicality. No, what am I saying? Practicality. Okay, look, I'm gonna get it. Now it's gonna stay in my head all day. Analysis for runoff reduction. Practical. I said it right, didn't I? I did. Oh, see, I said it right. Okay. These constraints also preclude the installation of detention, water quality, and additional drainage infrastructure. Stormwater detention, water quality, and runoff reduction measures are intended to reduce the flow rate and amount of stormwater runoff from a project and remove sediment from the flow. These measures tend to occupy large areas that the city does not have available within the current right-of-way of Wall Drop Drive. Adding sidewalks to this roadway will not significantly increase runoff for this area. We do not believe these measures can be added to this project without significantly affecting nearby properties and utilities. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, Mr. Clark. So the city would like council's approval of a waiver from Clayton County's Water Authority stormwater requirements for the Wall Drop Drive sidewalk project. I have Mr. Adam Price from Falcon Designs to answer any questions if needed.
Yes.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
So it got a little engineering long worded there in the paragraph and some words that I don't think even I could pronounce. So whoever did that did a good job. So,
Whenever you know who I am, don't do that.
I'm talking about whoever put
Okay.
the words in here. I know it came straight from my letter, so that's kind of a joke. But, anyway, if anybody has any questions about this issue, somewhat similar to the next item, so, ask away.
Councilwoman James.
No questions, thank you.
Councilwoman Gunn.
Break it down on the fifth grade level.
Oh.
You're actually doing maintenance of a sidewalk. You're ripping it out, putting new sidewalk in, putting handicap ramps in. And you're adding curb and gutter on your roads to collect drainage. You're actually improving the drainage conditions on the property. But there are stormwater requirements, not only in your code, Clayton County's code, state code, that requires you to address each item. So, but they also allow you to waive the items in circumstances like this.
So that the last sentence, she said, we do not believe these measures can be added to this project without significantly affecting nearby properties and utilities. So that's why the waiver's in there, because you guys saw some discrepancies.
That is
Upon personal properties and utilities.
absolutely correct. And it's allowed, do business in, 4 states and many counties and cities, and this is quite common. Quite common.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
No problem.
Councilman Gutierrez.
No, I agree with this. I think waivers are needed sometimes. I just want to remind the council that at one point, when we had the Zaxby's come up, we had a waiver situation come up and everybody was very adamant about not doing waivers. So I don't know. I just want to make sure we're consistent with that, with whatever it is we're doing, because the laws are in place for a reason. We can't pick and choose, I guess, if it's something benefiting the city, that we do this. I just don't want to set a precedent for these things.
Councilwoman Wells?
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree with Councilman Gutierrez. I was actually gonna say the same thing. People were so adamant when it came to Zaxby, so I'm not understanding why we're offering a waiver now. Yeah, I feel the same way, but thank you.
Councilman Mears?
Question.
Explain the difference.
Zaxby's was a private development, everybody.
Waiver.
And they also had much more room to operate. And when you're tearing something down or demolition, or you're starting from scratch, you have time to plan. In this case, this is basically what's called an infrastructure project. Zaxby's is not an infrastructure project. It was actually raw private commercial development. So big difference. You can plan out those stormwater facilities, put them underground, you can put them above ground. This is an existing residential neighborhood that's been there for decades. There is no room outside your 50 or 60-foot right of way to put these facilities. There's no room in the right of way. There's street there. So, per the ordinance for Clayton County, it allows you to waive these requirements for not only site development standards, which clearly apply here, but also, in y'all's case, it's a cost issue, because you would have to buy property and put ugly ponds in front of developed houses that have been there for 40, 50 years. So this is why it exists in the code.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, item 7, council discussion on the stormwater waiver for Metcalf extension, background and history. Forest Park Ordinance, Section 8-11-7.4 requires that runoff reduction be provided to the maximum extent practical. Falcon Design consultants recommend that the city waive runoff reduction requirements for the Metcalf Road Extension project based on the Clayton County Water Authority's Appendix C Policy on Practicability Analysis for Runoff Reduction. The proposed roadway will run through steep existing topography and is near existing industrial facilities, stream buffers, wetlands, and floodplains. This leaves very little room for stormwater management infrastructure, and there is certainly not enough area for separate runoff reduction facilities along with their required pre-treatment measures and setbacks. For these reasons, runoff reduction is not practical and should be waived in general accordance with the Georgia Stormwater Management Manual and Clayton County Water Authority standards. Yes, sir.
Briefly, this is somewhat similar to the previous item. Once again, infrastructure road project from scratch. However, I will point out, difference on this project is there are 2 stormwater ponds we had room for on the west side of this new road. This road extends up to the property that was sold to TPA Group, if you guys recall that.
Yeah.
So this is a roadway infrastructure project. On one side of the road, we had existing 2-to-1 slope from Kroger. On the other side of the road, we have a stream buffer. But we did have a little bit of room on the west side of the road that we could put 2 stormwater management facilities, which we did. So this actually has some stormwater management facilities on it, whereas the other project, there was no space for it because it was a maintenance project. This is a new project, has room for it, and the waivers requested because of that extreme topography and site constraints.
Thank you. Councilwoman James?
No questions. Thank you.
Councilwoman Gunn?
None.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yes, is there anything we can do as a municipality, I guess, because of something seemed to be outdated? So we don't have to, like, is this preventing any type, do you, like, coming up here, does this hold up the project, waiting for the meeting, coming up here?
It does.
Anything we can do preventative, like?
That is, I was waiting on this question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That is a very good question. My firm is city engineer for several other cities. I do plan review. So we see this a lot where engineers request an engineering reviewer on behalf of the municipality to waive certain standards. Those standards are usually looked at by the engineer and allocated. Sometimes they say yes, sometimes they say no. This is very opinionated based on code. Code usually gives the engineer reviewer and the engineer of record, who's the designer, ability to do so. They usually work together. You guys usually do not get in the scrum, so to speak, between two engineers. That's quite boring and, as you can see, wordy by some of the words in this text. So yes, I think the Water Authority has asked you guys to do this as your reviewer. So oftentimes this is not the case. In fact, hardly any other place we do business that never happens. Usually your engineer can advise you and say, you do not need this based on this code. We have reference code in here. It's just like, you know, your lawyer makes law decisions, the engineer makes engineer decisions based on this. So this hardly ever happens anywhere. This is the only place, in fact, in my 26 years that I've had to come and do this, where they're asking you guys to get between two engineers of stuff that, quite frankly, you shouldn't expect to know the ins and outs of the technicalities of this. This is crazy. This is what you hire people for.
And I want to clarify that when he's talking about he's speaking Clayton County.
Yes.
He's not speaking just Forest Park, because all the municipalities have to go through this.
Lovejoy, Riverdale, they all have to go through this process. This is the only county, the only place that does that, because all the cities have IGA agreements with the Water Authority to review their stormwater. But in full disclosure, they have changed their plan reviewer recently, like in the last 2 weeks. So you may not see this again, because they may start doing what they are allowed to do and negotiate with the engineer and say, yes, you can do this per the code. Okay. That's probably the nicest way I can tell you all this. So this might be the last time you hear about this. Hopefully it is.
Changes in personnel.
That's right.
Councilwoman Wells
No, thank you.
and Councilman Mears. Thank you. Council discussion on the ordinance to amend Title II, Article E of the city's Code of Ordinances, which shall establish regular ward fund accounts and capital ward fund accounts. Background and history. The city desires to establish restricted ward fund accounts for each elected official to be used for lawful expenditures on public services, projects, and capital expenditures within their respective wards or the city at large, which are outside the scope of regular office expenses. The funds in each elected official's capital ward fund account and regular ward fund account shall be determined annually as part of the required municipal annual budget approval. This ordinance, which the city attorney has drafted, establishes the accounts, the permissible uses for the accounts, the impermissible uses for the accounts, and the process and procedure to utilize the accounts. Mr. Clark?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor and Council, this is just general housekeeping thing. At a previous meeting, we mentioned that we were able to locate through the previous attorney a policy regarding this, but we were never able to find it actually codified. So Attorney Matricardi took the liberty of just codifying or putting this before you for adoption, so that we just know what that process is and it is codified, but nothing changes with what you all are doing. Attorney Matricardi, would you like to add anything particular?
I think that's a great summary. The only thing that's different is I think it does provide a little bit more guidance on what you can and cannot do. And so hopefully this clears up some confusion.
Councilwoman James?
No questions. Thank you.
Councilwoman Gunn?
None at this time.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Thank you.
Councilwoman Wells?
Thank you.
Councilman Mears?
Oh, ma'am.
Council discussion on the ordinance to amend Section 7-1-3, reservation of facilities by groups in the city's Code of Ordinances, which shall establish and amend certain insurance and permit provisions for reservations of city parks and recreational facilities. Background and history. This ordinance establishes that applicants for permit reservations are required to obtain and present evidence of comprehensive liability insurance, naming the city of Forest Park, Georgia, as an additional insured. Additionally, all recreational leagues must employ off-duty, uniformed, and post-certified Forest Park police officers to provide adequate crowd and traffic control and security. The city attorney prepared this ordinance. Yes, sir.
Mayor and Council, as you know, we've been talking about, I've heard from several council members relative to enhancing and updating our processes as it relates to facility rentals and ball field rentals. And this ordinance just gets us closer to what I think I've heard from each of you. Some of the major revisions in this code, it speaks to all individuals desiring to use any of our buildings, requiring them to submit an application at a minimum 10 days in advance of the rental for it to be approved. The other thing that it talks about is for any event or any group that has an event that will exceed 30 persons will have to also apply for a subsequent special events permit. I'm losing my mind. Have to apply for a special events permit from our Planning and Community Development Department. Also, I know that there's been conversation relative to the organized leagues play. And so this requires whomever the league is must go through a process to be agreed upon with our city attorney to leverage and use our fields. As you know, and as I've been told from historical purposes, sometimes we have individuals that rent our fields for long periods of times and they don't live in this city. They're not residents. And so because of that, we all know what happened recently at one of our ball fields for graduation. And it was just an opportunity for us to really look at our ordinances and develop something that not only protect the individuals that use our parks, but also to protect us as an organization. As a standard practice, we've been requiring everyone using our facilities to have a certificate of insurance listing the city of Forest Park as additional insured in the amount of $1 million that protects against personal injury as well as property damage. And then the final thing that this ordinance provides is that any organized league requesting a lease agreement with the city shall apply for such at least 90 days prior to the beginning of such activity. All leagues must employ off-duty, uniformed, and post-certified Forest Park police officers to provide for adequate crowd and traffic control and security. There shall be at least one officer employed for every 50 individuals participating in or attending league play, provided, however, it is within the discretion of the chief of police if additional officers are needed in excess of the prescribed ratio. Again, this is something that we know over time has happened to where we did not have police officers at some of the events, and this is just a general housekeeping measure. The other thing, separate from this ordinance, that I would ask the city council is to consider what are we charging for using some of our facilities, and is that why some of the things that are happening is happening. I know that we've had some issues with individual bands practicing, and there's been noise complaints and things of that nature. But this is just one stab at a larger picture for our Recreation and Leisure Department. Attorney Metro Carter, did I omit?
I think you covered it.
Councilwoman James, questions or comments?
So because when someone reserves a space, are they given like a 90-day window? Or because generally I know sometimes events or things come up that are within 90 days. So I'm just trying to see, is that gonna cause us to lose out on potential people trying to acquire a facility?
Yeah,
That
we
standard.
do get people that do come up within 30 days, repass, things on that level that will not be in that 90-day. Most of the ones in the 90-day would be a festival, some league.
But I want to be specific. Yeah,
I can just
okay.
clarify. The ordinance itself, the 90 days is only applicable to organized league
Yeah.
play.
Okay.
So that's going to be something that's reoccurring and needs to have extensive planning amongst other leagues.
And you wouldn't have a team that would in 30 days come up with the brilliant idea that we want to have a season of sports.
So this is only
Organized league.
only addressing organized.
Well, that particular section only addresses organized
Everything else would be 10
10
days.
days.
Would be
Okay.
10
gotcha.
days. And then the certificate of insurance, I think that would only apply if it's organized league play or in excess of 30 people, because then that's when it would become a special event.
Gotcha.
So if it's a family trying to reserve a pavilion, you don't have to have the insurance requirement.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Gunn,
You answered it. Thank you.
Councilman Gutierrez.
I'm glad you addressed it. Yeah, I was like, very upset about all that because I'm like a regular. If I want to throw my uncle a party, I don't got $1 million to do that. Who came up with these policies? Like, were you included in this?
So the $1 million aggregate has been what we've used.
I'm talking about all these rules that you are.
Our
spoke
city
about.
attorney drafted them based upon
I
our current
drafted,
ordinance.
A lot of the, like the dates in there, the 90 days is existing. I just included and you can see the strikeout on the actual packet. But so I included the requirement for policing for league play, as well as the certificate of insurance, having an actual agreement. And then that excess of 30 for it to be a special event, because that's when additional consideration should be required.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we are conscious of our community, the average income levels here. I would have liked to have input from our Parks and Rec director, since he is the one that does a lot of that, and I have faith in his judgment. The prices also, I don't like the association of this happening because people, it's affordable. I don't like that, those tying affordability or a community that can't afford something. I just don't like that. I didn't like that wording, city manager. So I don't know. I just want to revisit this. I know something happened, but we don't want to say like, this is like one bad apple in a whole food market. Like this is just one time that it happened and we didn't have maybe, the preparedness for it, but I don't want to paint with a whole brush our whole community with something like this going to keep happening. So I want to be preventative, but I also want to be conscious with the people that organize these events and stuff like that. So yeah.
So just for clarification, what we did here is the existing ordinance. And so at current, the practice is Director Maxwell and his department will reach out to the police department if there is league play already. So what we're codifying are general practices that are not within our code. And what we did in this ordinance is the existing ordinance that's already on our books, just embedding our current practices that are not codified. And when we were talking about the pricing, even Director Maxwell has spoke to, we know we need to update the fee schedule for recreation and leisure. That came directly from the director. That's where that reference came from, based upon it not being updated for quite some time. But what we've talked about is the majority of those updates, the majority of them make sense once Star Park is renovated, as well as once those new facilities have been erected. And Director Maxwell, you can speak more on.
Yes, but I do have a question that I want to state. So are we saying anything over 30 people would need insurance? Because I have family reunions that rent the ball fields and they play kickball and.
So it would require them to get a special event permit. And so there's different requirements depending on each event for the special event. So potentially, I can't say yes or no, but it depends on, it's a case-by-case basis.
And at current, that's on our code, that if you have 30 or more people, they go through planning and community development. And when those applications are coming in, most of them have been large. They all have, that's current ordinance there. That's current.
Question.
That's not a change.
Yeah,
Right,
I've
let me
never,
go through.
I'm sorry, I've never, and I've rented the facilities myself, and that just is kind of absurd to me. If someone from the community, for instance, a church, a small church in the community wants to use our community center, I think they're using the senior center now. So they need to come and get a permit, get a police officer and all of that, because they're an organization. So I think I agree with, yeah, I think we need to revisit it. And I also think that it's very important when anytime we're coming up with ordinances or changing ordinances that you include the director, because the director is hands-on and we're just, like he doesn't even know what the ordinance consists of. Yeah, so I think we should revisit it and maybe have a conversation amongst the leaders that are actually handling the rentals, but I don't think it's fair for someone to have to, like, you don't know if someone in your family's gonna pass away within 10 days and say, oh, well, I think they're gonna pass away. Let me call the city of Forest Park and reserve the community center. It just doesn't make sense.
So I
That's
think
not
we're
the
conflating
case.
several different sections within this ordinance.
Well,
The
maybe we can
requirement
clear.
for, I'm sorry.
It should be clearer then.
It is. The requirement for the police is codified in section C3. That's not the same as the requirement for the persons that section A3 for rec buildings talk about. It's
But
different.
it's 10 days. Didn't you say it has to be 10 days?
It's
That's
current.
existing.
That's
by
current.
laws.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm confused. Maybe that's another reason we need to revisit it.
And so what we did when we distributed this ordinance, we tried to put it out with a track changes version so that you could see what's existing and what has been proposed. And largely, Ms. Wells, candidly, some of the confusion is that there have been ordinances on the books that haven't been followed. And that's why some of it is coming as if it is new because they haven't been followed. But the special events side of the house, that ordinance has been there for a number of years, and we receive a lot of requests that are handled through planning and community development for those special events. Now, there are some that don't realize that that provision is there, but immediately they go through the process, and that's currently what's on the books.
Okay, I understand, but I also think, and maybe, and Director Maxwell, you probably can speak on it better than I can, like, because I've been in office for a long time and I don't even know all the ordinances. I know there are some police officers who don't even know all the ordinances. So maybe that, sit down should have been had with the director and the city attorney so that everybody could be on one page. If it weren't being followed, that means somebody didn't know that it existed.
And so you're right. So we've done, we've talked about the special events requirement because it came up with an event that was happening at a field here recently. Matter of fact, it was July 4th. And so staff shared with Director Maxwell that, hey, this provision has been here all the time. It's just
That special event is different from the ones that are talking about as far as the facility special events.
we're still conflating two different
Right,
things.
yeah. I don't,
Revisit this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then last but not least for me, the fees. Right now, and I I get what you're saying, Hector. But the fees match the space. Like, I mean, I'm just being honest. Like, you look at Kiwanis Field, I don't know, maybe you all should take a visit and see how these facilities look. I honestly wouldn't rent them myself. So the fees are what the fees are because of how the facilities look. So I don't think we should change what those fees are until we've updated the facilities.
Oh, let me get to, Councilman Mears, and then I go back.
Yes, ma'am. I think you're headed in the right direction. There needs to be updates that protect the city as well as the citizens, so that everybody has a safe, fun day. We want to make sure that we're covered accidental wise or criminal wise or whatever it may be. And if we have the proper ordinances, then everybody knows what they got to do.
Councilwoman Gunn?
Director Maxwell. So, I'm sorry, Director Tariq, I'm sorry. So when we have an event that is acquiring security, so when they come in and give a projection and they saying, hey, we're gonna have 300, we project to see 300 people on this property. Is it allotted that they have to have X number of officers per person, like one officer to 50 people? How is that projected when it comes to security? Do we allow them to say, well, we got a security guard on property?
well, in a case like that, we normally do 1 per 100. So we would have 3 officers out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Is that's safe? One officer? That,
Police,
It's 1 per 50. It's not one.
so we confirmed it with the police department.
Yeah.
It's 1 per 50 individuals.
okay, that sounds good. Thank you, Director Tariq. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Council discussion on the lighting service agreement for 4576 and 4650 Burks Road and Springdale Road. The City of Forest Park is seeking council approval to enter into 2 separate lighting service agreements with Georgia Power. These agreements are intended to address low lighting concerns at the following 2 locations: LP 107362, 4576 through 4650 Burks Road, installation of 7 additional light fixtures with an annual cost of $1,576.68. Lighting permit number 107983 Springdale Road, the installation of 5 additional light fixtures with an annual cost of $1,480.80. The total cost to the city for both service agreements is $254.79 per month, or $3,057.48 per year. These expenses will be charged to the following budget account: street lighting, number 100-51-4260-53-1233. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council again.
Good evening.
So again, these are low lighting conditions at 2 locations that were brought to our attention through our C-Click fix. And so we did an assessment and, gave a recommendation.
Councilwoman James.
So I don't have any questions really about the actual lighting fix on these particular streets. It was more so about the other lightings in the city. So I think I heard you. It was as a result of C-Click fix.
Mhm.
So I know that there is, for example, on Hendricks and Hendricks and Catherine, the light blinks at night. So I want to know if Mr. Clark going to do another ride along, a light ride along you did a long time ago.
So I think they replaced, what was it, 1,200 lights around the city, Director Watley?
It was.
Something like that. My only, and this has come up before, we talked about it on June 20th, 2023. If you recall from budget time, it was asked about what that number represents. And at that time, 2 years ago, we proposed the street lighting districts conceptually by in which if it's a residential light, the city doesn't incur the cost of that light on an annual basis. In fact, the resident pays for their lighting and it's paid through their annual tax assessment, through the tax billing rather. Because if you think about it, this will be a revolving door and that number continues to increase year by year. I mean, not for these, but just something, I know we didn't have any direction the last time, but just something to think about, now if the light is blinking and it's a city light, we're just going to have it fixed. We just need to perhaps schedule another one of those right along, because I know in Ward 2, there was also some concerns that I saw about lighting.
Yes. Correct. It's part of the maintenance agreement.
Yeah.
So how do you determine, well, I mean, this may seem like a not too smart question, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. How do you determine if it's a residential light versus a city light? I mean, like it sits in the right of way, but
So if it's within a neighborhood, then that would be residential. Also, if any private property. So generally neighborhoods, the developers are the ones that are building those lights, and then it's assessed to the homeowners themselves.
so the
Different-
homeowners collectively, like
like if there's an HOA or just built into the overall price. Or it's there dedicated to the city, and then at that time it becomes public property, and then the city would take ownership over it. But if there's new lights, which are which would only benefit a certain portion of the public, so it's not the public at large, it would just be, oh, everyone that lives in this neighborhood is going to be benefit, then that's when it would be a special tax assessment because it's not benefiting the public at large, it's only benefiting that neighborhood.
So I guess my question would be, I mean, as far as I know, we don't have a HOA. Only HOA I know is over at Governor's Glen, over in that area. So the city at large is just the city. So
Well, so there's definitely private roads. And
Mhm.
so if those roads have been dedicated, then more than likely those are owned by the city. But if it's a private road, those lights would be ran and operated by the neighborhoods.
So do we have any private roads in our city?
So I think what's probably conflating this a little bit is when these roads came in and when these houses were built, it would have been handled at that time.
Mhm.
But right now, the city is paying for about 99% of all of the lights, as well as anytime there's a request for an additional light, we're paying for that as well. And I think our annual appropriated cost for lighting is close to $500,000.
So on all of our streets, we have speed limit signs, we have, so I'm assuming that they're all city roads and not private roads. But that's another conversation.
Yes, ma'am. And again, that's why we propose that street lighting district, and it's something we'll send to the governing body so that you can take a look at it and how it actually works. Like for these, if you were in a neighborhood and you requested an additional light for safety concerns, that cost would be borne on you as the resident, not necessarily the city. But our current practice has been for Forest Park that we're making the request for these lights through Georgia Power and installing them, correct, Mr.?
All right, Councilwoman Gunn.
So, thank you, for you guys, taking the time. I am, really pleased that you guys are paying attention to Springdale Road, because for a number of years since I've been here, and we have a lot of senior citizens on that road. And, I'm excited about what you guys are about to do. Burks Road, I haven't gotten over there. I know the area to a certain extent, but for Springdale Road, the 5 additional lights, I wish you could add more, especially going around that curve. We have a lot of walkers that walk, kids walk going up there to Family Dollar. And a lot of times you just have to really pay attention if you know the community. But when we have guests, especially when we have events, they're coming around and trying to exit out. So this is something that we really need, that's going to be a sure safety measure for the residents over in that area. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Gunn, we hear you loud and clear. One of the things that we're doing as we are upgrading and repairing these light fixtures, we're also upgrading through Georgia Power the technology on these lights. So now Georgia Power has new technology by which if there is a light that is out, it automatically notifies Georgia Power. In the past, the light fixtures that they had, Public Works would in fact have to go out and mark them for Georgia Power to come in and repair them. But now it's automated to where they are the way the what is the word, Mr. Nigel?
What, the LED lighting?
The way there are systems in place, technology in place that alerts them when a light is out. But using smart technology is what it is.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Well, thank you. Appreciate this and excited about these lights.
Councilwoman Wells.
No, thank you.
Councilman Mears. All right, thank you. And so we do have executive session. We could get started on at least some of the items. Okay, so is there a motion to recess and enter into executive session for personnel, litigation, real estate, or legal matters?
So move.
Thank you. That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilwoman Gunn. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. We shall return. Motion to adjourn the work session and re-enter into adjourn the executive session and re-enter into our work session.
So moved.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilman Mears. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. So it is 7:09. And the regular session for mayor and council for July 21st is called to order. Tonight's invocation will be done by Restoration Gateway under the leadership of Dr. Beeler. So all those who are able to stand, please do so, and then remain standing throughout the Pledge of Allegiance.
As we bow our heads. Oh, Heavenly Father, we thank you for navigating us and unionizing us together today, God. We pray that you help all of us get to a place that we can be unified, that we can be collectively all on one page. God, this is the individuals that you've called to help the individuals that may be in a penurious state. God, help them to not be nebulous, help them to be academician, help them to be not even insular, God. Help them to come to on one accord to do one thing, which is to help the individuals in this community. God, we thank you for this moment. We thank you for these people that we voted to be here. We pray that you help them open the visual aid department of their mind so they can have the ocular proof to see what needs to be done here. But more importantly, God, let us see it on one accord and let us help those that need the help. We're asking you at this moment, you need it like never before, to do, to help, to protect, to cover, to preserve, to open doors for those individuals that needs to be open, that they will be able to see and know that we love them, those that are less fortunate, that we're all here together with one accord to be better, to be safe, to be productive, to help our children's children be able to see families that love each other. Help us all come together to see each other as individuals, as people that love one another. We thank you. We love you. And we pray this in your name. Amen. Anyone?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Allah.
Amen.
Ms. Rainey, a roll call, please.
Yes. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Butler, council members, and City Manager, Mr. Clark. This is the roll call for the regular session meeting of July 21st, 2025. Mayor Butler,
Present.
Councilmember James,
Present.
Councilmember Gunn,
Present.
Councilmember Gutierrez,
Present.
Councilmember Akins Wells,
Here.
Councilmember Mears.
Here.
Mayor Butler, you have a quorum.
Thank you. The consent agenda. Is there anything that the governing body desires to add or delete from the consent agenda? Not hearing anything. Is there a motion to adopt and approve tonight's consent agenda?
So moved.
Councilwoman James, is there a second? That was Councilwoman Wells. Is there any discussion? Ms. Rainey, please.
Councilmember James.
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn.
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Akins Wells.
Yeah.
Councilmember Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, tonight's agenda, we are still deleting item 13. Is there a motion to approve tonight's agenda with the removal of item 13?
Mayor Butler.
Yes,
We have
sir.
some additions.
Oh, yes.
The executive offices would like the governing body to consider adding to tonight's agenda the confirmation of Rochelle Dennis as Economic Development Director for the City of Forest Park.
Okay.
Subsequent to that, we would ask the governing body to consider
Of the professional services agreement with the Honorable Ronald Freeman for his chief judge appointment.
Okay, is that it?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the agenda with those additional items.
Thank you. Second, okay, that was Councilman Gutierrez. Any discussion? Ms. Rainey, please.
Councilmember James.
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn.
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Akins Wells.
Yes.
Councilmember Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the minutes, our special call meeting, our work session, and regular minutes from June 16th. Is there has everyone had the opportunity to review them? And if so, are there any changes to be recommended?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
On page 31, which is of the regular minutes, the discussion regarding, let's see, where is it under? It was a motion, to approve the resolution to enter into a contract, and it says a contract with, Georgia Highway Cable, but it was actually the Russell Landscape Group, that we, had a discussion about for the,
Okay.
Forest Parkway medium.
All right, any other changes? All right, is there a motion to approve said minutes with the recommended changes?
So moved.
That was Councilwoman Wells. Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there any other discussion? Ms. Randy, please.
Councilmember James.
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn.
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Akins Wells.
Yes.
Councilmember Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Comments, Ms. Rainey.
Yes, ma'am.
Disclaimer, please.
Yes, per the Charter Section 2-1-7 Rules of Procedure and Decorum. Comments will be limited to a total of 3 minutes per speaker. 21 minutes are allotted in total. Members of the public are not allowed to participate in any debate or discussion conducted by the governing body members. All public comments must be limited to matters on the agenda or over which the governing body has jurisdiction. Each speaker must maintain a decorous demeanor and refrain from personal attacks upon members of the governing body or employees, shouting and using obscene language. All questions and comments shall be directed to the presiding officer, and members of the governing body may respond to the comments during their closing comments if they desire.
All right, coming up first, Mr. Zach Parker.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Let me tell you a story. There once was an emperor. He ruled with bluster and bravado. When he was caught breaking the rules, he denied it. When people spoke out, he mocked them and retaliated against them. When truth knocked, he locked the doors. And for years, his followers defended it all until one day he went too far. He said the quiet part out loud, a crude, ugly message for the whole world to hear. Finally, the public gasped. Finally, they were outraged. For a brief moment, the spell was broken. But not for too long, because soon enough they looked away. The outrage passed, the emperor stayed, and those who once clutched their pearls began to make excuses. They told themselves it was just a joke or a misunderstanding, or that he was still better than the alternative. And so, the emperor learned that accountability is only real when the people want it to be, and the ones who sounded the alarm, forgotten, dismissed, blamed for being too angry, too dramatic, or too much. Now let's talk about Forest Park. Mayor Angeline Butler didn't rule a nation, but she did send her own FUCKYOU memo, and for one brief moment, this room felt what I felt for years: humiliation, betrayal, disrespect. I watched as faces turned red, as voices finally trembled with outrage. Finally, it seemed like people got it. But just like the emperor, she didn't apologize. She didn't show remorse. She doubled down, showed you who she really is, and that includes no humbleness, only ego. Talking about the only thing that changed since the city's founding is her. She said that. And yet here we are. The spell is restored. She's back in your good graces. The smiles have returned. The tension is gone. The memo forgotten. But I remembered, because I never had the luxury of forgetting. I've lived in the shadow of this contempt of hers for years. Harassed, ignored, retaliated against for daring to speak up. You finally saw her. And every time I came up here with the truth, you all met me with silence. So let me be clear, this isn't about a memo. It's about the case with which this city forgives certain people and the speed with which it forgets other people that it harms. The emperor said FUCKYOU and kept his crown. Mayor Butler did the same and kept her seat. And the rest of you, you looked away. Not because you didn't see it, but because you did. And you didn't want to do anything about it. This disgraceful liar showed you who she really is, and you, the council, are okay with this. The city is okay with this. This government is a disgrace. Mayor and council, may you have the day you deserve. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ms. Falami.
Invite some guests to come in and speak. If you would allow me, would you allow them to come with the 10-minute allotted, divided by the people that's gonna make comment, and let me go last to bring a close and pass out the information from those that signed up.
Is that Miss Barbara Smith?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's
Thank
fine. Miss Mary, oh, are you gonna go next? Oh, okay, I'm sorry, yes.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Madam Chair, if you would allow, I do adhere to policy, and I'm not going to be long-winded, but I think, I'm going to need just a little bit more than 3 minutes to identify a few comments.
Is this about the cemetery?
Correct.
Okay, so we also do have the cemetery on for a presentation as soon as we get through with the public comments. So you have a little bit more time there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So should I just wait?
You could do your 3 minutes now. We'll let you talk now.
Okay. Well,
You
I'm
can come
just
back
going
during
to
that 10-minute period.
tell you a little bit about who I am. My name is Barbara Scandrick Smith. And I began Fountain when it was an elementary and high school back in, I guess I'm 75 years old now. So I was second grade. But then my father purchased a home in Pool Creek, just a few miles from here when those homes were built. I left Georgia and traveled with my military husband, but I returned to Forest Park about 44 years ago. I now reside as an owner on the Mara Inn, Phillips Drive, Forest Park, for the past 39 years. I'm a consistent voter, involved as a volunteer in the school. And I just wanted to say that I stand to speak because I have a extensive concern about the disbandment or the commitment as to who would care for the cemetery at Rock Springs. As a child, I recall my parents, Champ and Lucille Scandrick, who are both buried out at Rock Springs, and I don't know if Macedonia has been added, but I recall them going to the lodge meetings, paying their dues, and I'm just coming to stand on behalf, not only my family, but other families that are in the community, the church, our neighbors, because that cemetery has been a site there in excess of 100 years. So that's, my concern. And I wanted to ask that Forest Park continue maybe the commitment of maintaining the cemetery, because I'm just at awe to even think that those graves that are out there, they're very sacred. And we would have no place to go visit our loved ones, just nothing left. The community is gone. The inheritance is spent. So I'm just here, because of my deep concern for the cemetery.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Beeler.
Hello,
Good evening.
Hello.
Mayor and Council. I've been in the Forest Park area since the early 1980s, actually. I used to be the manager. I had two offices, one downtown and one down here on the street down here on, what's that called? Thurman, thank you. Oh, my goodness. And that's the reason why I'm speaking today, because I'm forgetting things. We're planning on having a political forum. We understand that this is the election year for the municipalities. And I've done political forums for the state. I've done them for the county. And so I've had a number of years of doing them. And for most of you sitting there, you have been in my political forums. And we're going to have another one. And we have done it in conjunction with the city so that we would not have it in a church building or some other building. We wanted to make it public where everyone could come out and participate. And as you know, at my forums, well, it's not a debate. We want to know what you're going to do. We love to hear about what you have done, but we're looking towards the future. And the candidates that are running for political offices are the ones that are going to dictate and direct the future of Forest Park. So I wanted to let you know that information will be coming out as soon as we pull everything together, and you are invited to the political forum, okay? Y'all know me.
Miss Mary, is it Stuckey?
Whoever, I just moved here. I just purchased a house in Forest Park a little over a year ago. And I have been sad and disappointed of what I have seen. I know you have a beautification committee. I didn't look in detail like I should have. I moved from Conyers. I live next door. Not a neighbors, cars parked on top of cars that are just sitting there. It's dirty, it's filthy. I've been a master barber for 38 years. I pay my taxes, I pay for my license. I do that every year. And I have a neighbor that I've already complained about to code enforcement. They're doing what they can to assist me, but he's running a mechanic shop. Not only is he running a mechanic shop, I have pictures. I've caught him on my camera dumping the radiator fluid in my yard. And he's been there for over 20-some years, so I feel like he feels he's entitled to it, and I need it to be stopped. I was opening up my barbershop. I built a barbershop in the back of my house. I bought brand new furniture. I had to throw it away because I thought I looked at it, I thought it was cats, but it was rats the size of baby kittens. I've sent pictures in to code enforcement where he has tires, just tons of tires in the back of his yard, all type of mechanic equipment and stuff, and it's illegal for him to do so. You know, the drains are over flooding when it rains. My yard fills up. I have to literally go out there myself and my grandkids and take leaves and pull them out of the drains. It's just horrible. It's dirty. So I'm between what is Forest Park gonna do to help me, you know, with this issue, or just put my house up for sale and move back to Conyers. It's horrible. I have pictures. Even as of Sunday, he was working on cars directly in front of my home. I've had to call the police on him. And he continues to do it. He continues to do it. He continues to do it. Not just him, there are other neighbors. You have mechanic shops around here all the way down Jonesboro Road that is, I don't know if they're working on cars or it's a junkyard, but it's not a good sight to see if you're trying to beautify Forest Park. It's dirty, it's grimy, and it's almost on every street. I'm in Ward 2, and I walk a lot, and I'm almost every street that I go up and down, it's filthy. It's disgusting. That's why they have HOAs. Now, I'm not with HOA. Somebody telling me what I have to do with property that I had to qualify for. But I understand why they have HOAs, to prevent this. If you want to make it look better, if you want to beautify it, let's clean this mess up. This city is just dirty. It's dirty, and not just my street, there are other streets. You got stray dogs walking all around everywhere. I can't even walk unless I walk with some metal on me because of the dogs. And it's just nasty and it's disgusting. And I've really had enough of it. I've had enough of it. And Forest Park needs to be cleaned up besides Forest Parkway and the earlier part of Jonesboro Road.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Mayor Butler,
Yes.
if she could, my chief of staff is going to get her contact information
Mhm.
right, ma'am, right in the back, and we'll contact her tomorrow.
Ms. Fleming?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Let me see if I can shift the atmosphere a little bit by saying that it feel a little tense. So I'm gonna break the yoke for you. I want to take the moment to actually thank those that attended the annual banquet for the Team Red volleyball team. I definitely want to thank Councilman Gutierrez, Councilman Ware, Councilman Gunn, Councilman James for attending. We had a HBCU affair in a private college, and it was just no word to express. In saying that, I recall once when I was here earlier listening to about the policy being changed about different events, different facility being occupied. I did a concert here years ago at the Kiwanis Stadium. Myself, Miss Smith, Miss Michael Morris, and all of us. And there were certain things that I had to do to utilize that facility. And one was to go through that very first step to utilize that facility because of the capacity occupancy that I was going to have in there. So I have been saying for over a decade, please go in, review your policy, upgrade them, amend them. It's important because time changes. And those policies that are in there doesn't meet to where we are today. Things back then was written because of back then, but now you all are a whole different class. And the world is totally different now. So our policy really need to be updated. I can't put it any other way. I've been saying that for now to noon. But nevertheless, we all know that it is election time, so everything gonna come out. But that doesn't mean that it need to come out, okay? We have had farms done by Dr. Beeler for over the years, and they do a wonderful job with that. And saying that, again, I want to be careful on that department. I think some things need to be transparent for the community. I want you to know the reason you see a lot of people here today because the concerned citizens are still here. And I'm the chair of the concerned citizen. So when you see this room get overcrowded, it is my doing. And we are here. We're not going anywhere. We hire and fire. Matter of fact, we pay you all. So please don't forget the citizens are here and watching. And we have a right to a say-so. Because if we can't get it through you, I know the change of command, and my counterparts, we know the change of command, but we hope you all can work collectively so we can build. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, city manager report. Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I think first we'll go with OpenGov. So first, members of council, I am pleased to announce the official launch of the city's new performance reporting module implemented through our OpenGov platform. This represents an important step in really advancing our commitment to transparency, accountability, and performance-based government. As you may recall, this city council authorized an operational audit to evaluate service delivery and organizational performance. I am pleased to report that key findings and recommendations from that audit have been incorporated directly into KPIs featured in this new tool that we are about to show you, ensuring that our metrics reflect both strategic goals and real-world improvement opportunities. This module, as you will see as we play this video, provides real-time access to performance data across departments, allowing our staff and council and residents departments to track progress, assess service outcomes, and support informed decision-making. I'll ask you, please, place your attention on the screen for the official unveil and live demonstration of the module. We'll walk through its core features, dashboard views, and initial data sets, and there will be time for questions from the governing body and feedback. A huge thank you to all of the departments and team members who contributed to the successful rollout of this initiative. We've been talking about this for a long time, but we're happy that today is finally here. And a huge thank you to our chief of staff and our executive assistant for all of their efforts on today and making certain that this was camera ready for this debut today. So governing body, I'll ask you to pay attention to the screen. So again, governing body, our plan is for this to go live one day this week. I think tomorrow. I think we're all done now. On this performance dashboard, all of you, as well as our public, will know when all of the contracts expire, the service level contracts. You will know how the departments are faring with their budget. You will know FTE data that represents how many employees have been within each department. And the beauty of this system is that the end user has the ability to really customize what reports they want to see. As it relates to the financial data that we are reporting in this system, we took the bold stance to report finances from 2022 all the way to present so that you can see a comparative analysis of where we were and where we are now. Even with the adoption of the largest budget in the history of this city this year with the $48 million adopted budget, we wanted all of you to have the opportunity to look at a period of time to see what was happening in 2022, how some of the line items were set up. But again, this is just our approach to open the doors of this government just to further our mission of being completely transparent. Are there any questions on the OpenGov platform?
Councilwoman James?
No question.
Councilwoman Gunn?
No questions. Awesome. That is the key factor our residents are looking for, the transparency. And you guys did an amazing job. You guys did an amazing job. It makes me feel proud as a resident, and also to know that in real time I can go and I can direct and we can sit down and talk, and it makes it easier. Interaction one-on-one with our residents. So great job, city manager, great job, staff. Keep doing good things for the city.
Thank you. I also have to commend our PIO department as the visual representation of this dashboard was done through their office. So a huge thank you to our PIO press secretary, as well as Mr. Kwame for pulling all of this together.
Councilman Gutierrez?
No, super exciting. I love just the access and the transparency, to echo my colleague here. It makes it easier just to reference, and I love to see community members like Miss Ann Keith on there. I didn't recognize the two guys with the yellow vests. I don't know who they work for, but
Ask that question.
oh, I'm like, who are they? I've never seen them fellas. But anyway, other than that, it was very informative, and can't wait to share this with the community.
You know, Councilman Gutierrez, in full transparency, sometimes when our PIO's office is putting together these visual representations of whatever we are trying to portray, sometimes we have to go to the stock bank to use some different type of imagery just to make it fit. This morning, there was a large conversation about a baby, and if the baby had permission to be on the video, and we learned that it was an AI generated baby. It really wasn't a born baby. So Ms. Wells asked the same question.
Yeah, take me to the, where y'all went to get the picture. No, I think it was amazing. I'm always using the word transparency and informing our residents. And so that gives them information, the information that they need, the information that they come to us about is there. And it should have been there. So thank you to everyone that took part in that. Thank you so much, Javon. You just make everything look so much better. That was great. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Wells, the last piece of this, we want to try to bring in the council element as well. Based upon some of the activity that the council members are doing, we want to try to bring that into the OpenGov as well, so that when the citizen is looking at this portal, it's all inclusive. Everything that council members have going on, as well as the executive offices.
So next time, put a hard hat on me and Mir. We'll stand in the
No.
Our PO has talked about getting new content so that when they're creating some of this stuff, we just have access to more videos.
Councilman Mears?
That's good. That's a good presentation. I'm glad to see that we're trying to get on board and get to the point where everybody can be informed and updated with the policies that are going on in the city.
Thank you so much. One of the things we've heard collectively from each of you is that you want transparency. As well as transparency, you want accountability. And so these reports, there's no way these reports can be changed. They're actually feeding into the back end of our finance system, as well as the contracts are feeding into the back end of our procurement system. So it's real-time data.
Absolutely, and thank you all so much for that. But we have a series of presentations to get onto. And so the first is going to be a discussion on the Macedonia Rock Springs Cemetery. Background and history. Ms. Dolores Salisbury has requested to speak to the governing body regarding the upkeep of the Macedonia Rock Springs Cemetery Maintenance Agreement. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Dolores Prothero Salisbury.
I'm from the area. My grandparents owned a lot of land in the area, but I'm here this evening to speak mostly about Macedonia Rock Spring Odd Feather Cemetery. I thank the mayor, the city attorney, the city council, and the citizens. I was here in June of 21st to discuss some of the same issues that I will discuss tonight about the colored cemetery, as you guys refer to it in your minutes. I think times have changed and that should be corrected a bit. But the issue that was of concern when I was here in June 21, one of them was the cemetery was overgrown and abandoned. The existing family members were too old to keep it up, which they did try. The city could not find the owners. One thing that was stated, Georgia law states that the city or the state can take over abandoned cemeteries. Therefore, the city was considering taking over the cemetery as owners and forming a partnership with Forest Hill Cemetery. I guess my question would be, who will benefit and get kickback from partnering with the Forest Hill Cemetery? Because the cemetery at Macedonia Rock Spring Oddfellow is full, just about. No one else can be buried in that cemetery right now. And that's one of the things that we discussed when I was here in June 21, because the cemetery was full. And as we discussed the city taking over ownership, it was discussed that no one else would be buried in that cemetery without permission of the city. We even know, you guys even had a young lady to come in from one of the universities who did a study and said that it's possibly a historic site. In my mind, when I left, the conclusion was that the city would keep the cemetery clean and possibly make it a historic site. You did clean it up, you did a beautiful job, and you put a beautiful art mural out there. I thought that was a great deal. I thought the next step was to put a memorial out there. That never came. I appreciate you keeping the cemetery up and clean. I'm here today asking for your support from the City of Forest Park to continue to maintain and keep the Macedonia Rock Spring Oddfellows Cemetery clean. I am also requesting with my ancestors that the city take sole ownership and permanently keep up. Let me give you a little history about Macedonia Rock Spring Oddfellow Cemetery. The Macedonia AME Methodist Church was a slave and church cemetery. The slaves picked cotton and built that railroad that comes down through Forest Park. In that area lived slaves, Creek and Cherokee Indians. Slaves established that church and that cemetery. Slaves learned how to read and write in that church. A lot of highly professional African Americans laid in that cemetery. For example, doctors, lawyers, bankers, builders, midwives are in that cemetery. Most of the houses that are made of red brick in Forest Park from the 50s all the way up to the 80s were built by Masons in that cemetery. My grandfather was a college professor at Clark College before the university was built. He taught at United Methodist Church. My great-grandmother, Emma Harper Tomlin, was a slave and a member of that church, and she was buried in those grounds in the 1800s. Her headstone is still there. If my parents were living today, they would be 130 years old. My grandmother, 190 years old, and my great-grandmother will be over 200 years old. They all are buried in that cemetery. The cemetery was established there before Forest Park became a city. The cemetery was not just a Black cemetery, it was a slave cemetery that was, sometimes the slave owners were buried there. Native Americans were buried there. Veterans, unidentified veterans were buried there. In the past, I remember as a child, a military base would come out on Memorial Day and honor fallen soldiers in all the wars. Macedonia was the first name of the cemetery, which was part of that land went up past the water tower. Left of the gate became Rock Spring. It was allegedly bought by the Lodge brothers, a group of deacons at the Macedonia Church. Now let's talk a little bit about the water tower. There was a source of water on the cemetery property. The water tower sits on Macedonia Cemetery burial sites, where slaves, Native Americans, and African Americans were buried. A partial of the cemetery was sold to the city council by an individual Lodge member, and a backdoor deal was struck for personal kickback and profit. It was illegal then, and it's illegal now, to sell or buy burial grounds for anything that what it is deemed for. My parents and my ancestors were never notified that our ancestors were being dug up and moved for the water tower. When the large member of the church, when the church found out later that a large member had sold property to the county for that water tower, he shot himself in the head. I want you to know if you want to know who owns the lands, because I always get this, well, we don't know who owned that land. We don't know who owned that land. All you have to do is go back and look at who the county bought that land from. At one time, the city council did have records of that land and who owned that land, but it disappeared. I wonder why. Now let me talk about Forest Hill, because at one time you guys were talking about partnering with Forest Hill. On 3 occasions, the funeral home owner Gus Thornhill, while he was living, and a director Calvin, I don't remember his last name, but everybody probably know, Reverend Melson, stated to me on 3 different occasions that Forest Hill had came to them about buying the cemetery. So they came to me because they know my family had a lot of people buried up there in that cemetery. So they always wanted to know from me who could they contact to buy that cemetery from. The cemetery is nearly full. Forest Hill will only plow over the graves, put acid on the bones to dissolve them, and start a new cemetery. They are only looking for profit. As long as I can remember, some white cemeteries in Forest Park were taken care of by tax dollars. Check your records. But the Black cemetery is an issue. Since it was a part of Forest Park business, to take care of the white cemetery for decades, why can't you just take care of the so-called colored cemetery for the equal number of decades, because the slaves built this area? African Americans are the majority residents in Forest Park. Paying for white history sites that were built by some of the slaves in that so-called colored cemetery. The last census stated that Forest Park is majority Black. They pay more city taxes than any other race. The Asians pay very little taxes. The Hispanic pay less than that. But the Hispanic wage is 10% higher in the city than it is for Blacks. The majority of the employment is given to white outsiders in Forest Park. The Blacks in Forest Park don't have any recognized historic sites. The best way to resolve the issue, since the water tower sits on the grounds and is a landmark to the city and the county, that area should look pristine at all times. It should be a green space and a representation of the city and the county. Not only that, if the city make it a historic site, it could be a historic site for Juneteenth tourists. It could be a site for educational programs for elementary and college students. I visit a lot of states and a lot of countries, and I have remembered going on tours, cemeteries tours that I had to pay for. It's not in the way of any progress. It sits back of Forest Hill. It appears to me that Forest Hill is already starting to take some of that land. The cemetery is getting smaller. Today, your historic site, the railroad site, was built by some of those slaves who lay in Macedonia Cemetery. But you still support and pay taxes. The water tower is a landmark representation of the city and the county of Forest Park. It brings in many revenues. You are about to get a lot of industries in this city, and a lot of these industries will probably ask for and receive a tax abatement. But in a lot of cities that I have been in, this is just a recommendation, and I can't tell you what to do with your city. I've been in a lot of big cities where abatements and empowerment were given to industries coming in. I know you have a lot of industries that will be coming into this city, like the transportation industry, the tech industry, and the medical industry will be coming in here. And what these abatements do, or these companies that we give these abatements and empowerment to, they come in, they clean the whole area, they do a lot of things for the community, they beautify the area. And if you could use Alabama, the Mercedes, they just came in there, gave the churches everything, cleaned the streets and everything. So I'm saying, if the city don't want to take over and keep the place clean or beautified, these people coming in here that's getting African-American tax dollars abatements for 10, 15, and 20 years, give them that chore to do, is to keep the area beautiful. I think that the city and the county should take sole responsibility for maintaining the cemetery in a pristine manner. It's a valuable historic landmark and a cultural place for reflection. Now, all of you could make history also by representing that cemetery. Seems like to me, African Americans in this city pay a lot of taxes, but you don't have a lot of return for the African Americans. Please look out for that cemetery. That cemetery is the only history that African Americans have in this area. And everyone here that's here to support the cemetery, would you stand up and raise your hand? Thank you. And again, I just ask that the city will step up. I humbly ask that the city step up, protect that cemetery, and keep it as a landmark. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that. That was awesome. Councilwoman James, questions or comments?
No, I will just say thank you so much for coming and presenting that information. We're gonna see what we can do. And I know that at the last meeting that we held, there was an item put on the agenda that we tabled. And I would ask that at our next meeting, we reconsider bringing that item back to the agenda for the maintenance of that. And then we can just kind of talk further on what else we can do.
Councilwoman Gunn?
I am just, I'm just blown away by the history itself. And to know another added piece to Forest Park
and the representation, just the blood, sweat, and the legacy, from those persons that are, um, resting in that area. Thank you so much for, the history. But not only did you come to give, insight, you came with potentials for us to think about. We get a lot of people that walk up and they do a lot of complaining, but it is refreshing to see someone to come up and charge the air with potentials for us to look at. As Governor Bonnie, I really want us to come together and to look at this. I am very serious. I'm going to push 110% for Ward 2. I looked in the package that she gave, and one of the family names in here that I and am very fond of and engrafted with, they have been a blessing to my family personally. I saw a gravestone in here, Scandrick, and I'm like, oh my God, googly moogly. That is longstanding blood in this city along with other families. And so thank you so much, everybody that came out. I'm looking at the kids that are in the hall, and just to, I don't know what age y'all looking good right now. You just look young, and sorry if I'm offending anybody, but for us to get a glimpse and to see a narrative of truth that was presented. So now it falls as a responsibility. One of the factors I like that she was saying is it really could be a place for us to bring in visitors and allow that to be a nice place for them to come and see historical piece and hands that were utilized to help build the city. So I'm just blown away. Thank you for the packet. I will be reading it. Thank you so much.
Mayor Butler, if you will, Councilman Gunn, just for clarity purposes, I know Ms. James mentioned that agenda item, but at current, we are still taking care of the landscaping needs over at the cemetery. I don't know if Mr. Watley, you want to further expand as to what that looks like and what's being done, but that we're still, as it has been a standing practice.
No, at the last meeting, y'all said that we wasn't.
Mr. Naja just told me via text that we were. That's
The cemetery is still being maintained from a contractor, Worldscape.
Oh, the contractor.
not city
Okay,
staff, not
okay.
city staff, the contractor.
okay.
That was the conversation.
Yeah.
Twice a month.
And they do all of it, cutting, edging,
Correct.
landscaping, twice a month. You're right. What we clarified, it wasn't the city staff that was working in the funeral home. I'm sorry. Working at the cemetery, it was a contractor, Worldscapes, that's taking care of that work.
Attorney Metricardi, what is the process for officially declaring it a historic site?
So we would need to work with the state and the actual owner. So the owner did find, and it's Forest Hills Memorial Gardens Incorporated.
No, we're talking about the cemetery on Conley.
It's the same owner for that property.
That's what the records are showing.
Yes.
How was that different?
I mean, now there could be issues there, but that's the official record
So,
that the attorney is
Yeah,
filing.
so that's what I'm seeing right now. However, so one, first trying to reach out to them. Two, as not the owner of the property, we can nominate it and attempt to work it out that way. Otherwise, if the city is interested in acquiring it, that's a different conversation.
Okay, yeah, and I think that always been one of the biggest issues with the ownership. So if we could just take some time to try to figure that out. Councilman Gutierrez?
Can you run a title for it?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Kendrick, for stepping up. I feel like I was going back in time with your narrative and storytelling. It was beautiful. I think once we do hopefully get this as a visiting site that you hopefully can join us, or, you know, as a proud person who has family members in this space. I will say I did feel a little offended by your statement about the taxes. I would like to look at those facts. I know that as a city, we do pay our Hispanic employees, if they are bilingual, a little bit more. But, let's work together. A lot of the issues that are happening now, where I'm not an African American, obviously, but you all paved the way for a lot of the different communities, and it's always with respect and inclusivity. And I've been advocating for this hard since I got here because I know the importance. And I would have done it for anybody buried in any space because I think we're here because of our ancestors and all their hard work. So I have a brick home here in Forest Park. So when you mentioned that, it just really made me reflect and look at those bricks and hear that. So, like they say, you attract more people with honey than vinegar. So let's just keep it nice. And I know maybe that's how you feel, or I don't know who made you feel any type of way, maybe at some point. But the demographics are changing, and I think we have to educate the community. And you did that today with me, and I'm really excited about all the alternatives. Like Councilwoman Gunn said, you brought options, you brought different things for us that we can do. So we're going to keep advocating. Thank you for everybody that came. The power is in the people. With all you standing up, let's keep pushing and keeping elected officials and people that make decisions accountable, because that's how you make change happen. So thank you, Dr. Falami, for bringing everybody in here.
Councilwoman Wells?
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree with Councilman Gutierrez, and because I hold everybody else accountable, I'm gonna hold myself accountable. I was one of the people that was like, oh, no, we don't need to take over no cemetery. I can't even get my right-of-ways cut in my ward, so I was one of the people that were opposed to the city taking on that job. But I appreciate you so much. I was actually up here in tears almost because of the history. And I've heard it before. It's been some years because you all came forward to the council before, and we did look into making that a historical site. And it was the issue with ownership as to why it could not be deemed a historical site. But because of you giving me the knowledge that I didn't have previously, and because of this package and putting my personal feelings aside and actually going by the facts, I am definitely in favor into us taking another look at to how we can all come together and do what we need to do to help keep these cemeteries beautified. So I really appreciate you for taking time out of your day, each of you, to come here and speak to us, because like Councilman Gutierrez said, you have to hold us accountable. At the end of the day, I always say I have no other bosses other than the people of Forest Park. And so when the people of Forest Park speak, I listen. So thank you.
Councilman Mears?
Yes, ma'am. I certainly appreciate the presentation. It's eye-opening to the situation that's been there. I've been raised here, and I got you about a year or two on your age there. So I've been all over the hill over there, and I got lots in Forest Hills beside it. And I feel like that we should contribute all we can to beautify and clean it up and make it look respectable. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Governor Body, so much for being able to hear some of these siblings came in from the north just to come here to advocate for their loved one there. I want to thank you all so much. It really hurted my heart to hear that a counselor, and she owned it, that said that we wasn't in the cemetery business, and we're not. But we are in the ancestor business. And that's one thing that broke my heart, to compare sugar with a coffee when people don't drink sugar, It really hurt me because I'm 66. I had a birthday July the 8th. So when this conversation come up, it really saddened me to compare apples and oranges. Only thing we would like to hear as the chair for the concerned citizen is, will the city will be able to continue to use the contractor they are using to keep these three entities cemetery, not only the one at Macedonia, but we have M Church and we have Main Street. But we mostly here because our loved one is in Alpha Conley Road at Macedonia. But there are two other, and I'm planning to bring those two other families in here so that we can get collected and get something sealed so it won't keep coming up. But we do thank you Councilman, I apologize if you felt some kind of way about the verbiage of the language, but that's what happened. So charge it to my head, not my heart, okay? Thank y'all again, and please, you have our contact information. Please contact us to let us know exactly how you all want to move forward. As you see, we have dignitaries here, lawyer, preachers, teacher, engineer, science, and et cetera, right here in this room. So whatever you can't do, let us know as citizens so we can get it done. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And let me just say, I understand that Ms. Dolores, you flew in just to be present today. And so I humbly thank you for that. And again, as I echo the sentiments of my colleague, that historical information that you shared with us, as stated, changed the minds of some of the people that are sitting here on how they once viewed this, not just the cemetery, but the efforts in maintaining the cemetery. And I actually, out of your comments, would really like the city to push for a historical preservation project, because we understand that there's a lot of history, living history still here, and we don't want that knowledge lost when they pass on. And so that it'll do the next generation justice for them to really understand the community in which they live and some of us work and serve. So thank you so much for that. You have something to say? Oh, all right, thank you. Up next. Recognition of life-saving accomplishments, background and history. Oh, they're leaving, okay. Okay, oh, wow. Background and history. On May 14th, 2025, members of the Forest Park Police Department demonstrated exceptional courage and an unwavering commitment to the preservation of life during a life-threatening incident. In this incident, Lieutenant Arnold and Corporal Coley Hebron responded swiftly and with the highest degree of professionalism. Their quick assessment of the situation, effective application of life-saving measures, and ability to remain composed under pressure directly resulted in a life being saved. Their actions were not only a testament to their advanced training and preparedness, but also a reflection of their deep sense of duty to the citizens they serve. These officers embody the core values of the Forest Park Police Department: integrity, service, and excellence. Their conduct during these critical incidents represents the very best of public service and serves as an inspiration to their peers and the broader community. Today, we honor their heroism and dedication. The City of Forest Park proudly commends Lieutenant Arnold and Corporal Haley Hebron for their outstanding service and their extraordinary impact they have made through their brave and selfless actions.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council.
Good evening.
If I could, please have Lieutenant Arnold come up for me, and Corporal Coley, please join me as well. I'm sorry, Corporal Angelique Coley.
Oh, beautiful name. I love it. Put her up front.
I really wanted to recognize these officers for a job well done. Who knew on that day that they would be called to apply the training that they had received to save a young one's life, a 1-year-old? They responded to a call for service, and I'm watching the body camera, and they jump out of their car and they go straight to action. They find the child, they take the child from the mother's hand, and they begin CPR. And because of their actions today, that child is able to live on. So I would like to recognize them on today for a job well done. Would you like to say anything? Lieutenant Arnold, would you like to say anything?
I just want to thank y'all for honoring us. Appreciate it.
So silly. It's so.
Corporal Coley?
I would like to say thank you all. Still to this day, I think about that baby and think about that call. Thank God I had my crutch here with me that day. So I just want to say thank y'all for appreciating our hard work and acknowledging it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next presentation, the presentation by Partnership for Southern Equity about the park at Fort Gillem, background and history. In 2012, the City of Forest Park, through the Urban Redevelopment Agency, purchased Fort Gillem as part of the Base Realignment and Closure Initiative. The acquisition included 125 units of former military housing repurposed by the Army as naturally occurring affordable housing, namely the park at Fort Gillem. There was a stipulation to honor the pre-existing third-party property management contract until its conclusion in December of 2025. In January of 2025, the URA partnered with Partnership for Southern Equity, an Atlanta-based nonprofit dedicated to advancing racial equity and shared prosperity across Metro Atlanta and the American South. The partnership aims to explore aligned opportunities for the park at Fort Gillem in key areas such as economic inclusion, equitable development, environmental justice, energy equity. The project objectives include to ensure transparency, equity, and inclusiveness in stakeholder engagement, collect qualitative and quantitative data to understand residents' needs, to identify opportunities to mitigate resident hardships, and equip the City of Forest Park and the URA Board with robust data and insights to guide future decisions regarding the park at Fort Gillem.
Good evening, Mayor and
Good
Council, City
evening.
Manager. It is my honor to bring before you this evening Kazim Woodbury and Jennifer Cobb, who have been nothing short of absolutely magical to work with, and the Partnership for Southern Equity to provide for you an update on where we started, where we currently are, and where we're going with the Park at Fort Gillem project.
Thank you, Rochelle. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Jennifer Cobb. I manage projects at the Partnership for Southern Equity, and here to my right is Kazim Woodbury, Director at Partnership for Southern Equity. So we had a lovely background. I think we have slides here as well. Yep. So we have a lovely background information that the mayor so graciously read. So much of this I will skip through, but again, we're Partnership for Southern Equity, also known as PSE, and we advance racially equitable opportunity and growth in Metro Atlanta and the American South. For this particular project, an initiative that we're going to talk about this evening with our community engagement initiative with the Park at Fort Gillem, we've been working with a project team that includes both internal and external stakeholders, particularly the economic development team, who are phenomenal, who've been phenomenal and really have spearheaded and shepherded this project. We've also partnered with City Manager Ricky Clark and URA Board Chair Kimberly James. We also have our Partnership for Southern Equity interdisciplinary team that have been working on the project. Two of us are here today. And then we also have a resident advisory committee that we have convened. This committee consists of a number of concerned citizens and residents at the park at Fort Gillem who have very deep roots and very deeply connected to the community and want to see what's next for the community. And a few of them are here with us, if they can stand or raise their hand, from the advisory committee. Thank you for giving them a hand. They have dedicated hours of their time to this project and to help us spearhead and shepherd the work that we've done together since January. We heard a lot of background on the acquirement of the park at Fort Gillem, but just as a reminder, this acquisition was completed in 2012. Inherited with that project, or inherited with that purchase, was the acquisition of 125 occupied units. Currently, 109 of those units are still occupied. Currently, the park at Fort Gillem, there has been a third-party property management contract in place since before the acquisition of this property, and that contract concludes October 2025. So the URA partnered with PSC to understand who lives there, what are their needs, their priorities, to make sure that development happens with these residents and not to these residents. So overall, the project with Partnership for Southern Equity, our goals are really to work with the community to understand who they are, what their experiences have been living on this property, and what they hope to see next with the future of development. We started this project in January 2025, and we've completed our work in 3 phases. It will conclude in October 2025. So just a few key highlights from each phase I'll talk about, and then I'll pass it over to Kazim Woodbury to talk about some of our preliminary findings. So in March, we facilitated a 3-hour in-person training for the URA board, as well as the economic development staff. This training focused on racial equity and equitable development practices to really help guide the URA in their decisions on the development of this site. We also kicked off our community engagement, which is really the bulk and the meat and potatoes of the work that we've done through several activities. Some key activities we've done are in-person engagement opportunities. So those in-person engagements have been opportunities for us to build trust and transparency and relationships with the residents, right? We're an outsider coming in. So it's been important that we've been able to build some relationships and trust to ensure we can collect key insights and experience from the residents. Our next community event will happen this Thursday at the community center. And then in phase 3, we will submit our community findings report. In this report, there'll be some kind of existing conditions research around the property from the community perspective, as well as our findings in terms of what community members have experienced, what their hopes and aspirations are for this property, and then also some recommendations on some next steps for the URA. We'll also continue with technical assistance through the end of October to serve as that intermediary and the key liaison between the community and the URA.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Again, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Everyone. Okay, so just Jennifer kind of cleared some of these snapshot details up front. This just kind of gives you information. You have this in your packet. For the sake of those who are here publicly, you can get a chance to see some of this initial data on population, average cost of rent, average household size, and some of the things that have been uncovered through feedback we've received from residents, as well as things that we've observed on our own as well, and just some aspirations that people are thinking about, and the things that they cherish most about living on Fort Gillem at the park at Fort Gillem. We deployed a survey, a resident survey, that the Resident Advisory Committee has helped us to continue to deploy and have residents respond to. So these are, again, some of the preliminary responses that we've received, and we've been able to uncover that a large majority of the population is employed full-time. And then we have a significant retirement community there, which is significant when we think about housing and the meaning of space and place for people. We looked at household income and where that lives and where that sits, and thinking about how the federal government looks at poverty guidelines. So we thought that'd be significant for decision makers. And also things about what we heard in terms of how long have you been living there? And this is pretty significant because we're looking at people who have lived in this community, the majority of them between 4 and beyond 15 years. I mean, that's a significant portion of the people living. So it's not just, someone just moved in here 6 months ago, but it's been people who've been really rooted in the community and have relationships and connections. And then we also looked at, what are residents reporting about their experience? And residents have said, this is an improvement from where I used to live. We're learning that people feel that they're satisfied, majority of them are satisfied with where they're living right now currently. We also talked about aspirations. What improvements would you like to see? Most of us, no matter where we live, we'd like to do all these things. So these aren't unusual, right? If we own our home, we want to upgrade. So if you're renting, you want the same thing. You want, some upgrades done in your home. And then you also want to be able to have a place that reinforces community. So community spaces like playgrounds and parks and benches and gardens and event spaces ranked high there. And then overall maintenance and management. And then concerns that we've heard. Of course, with the sunsetting of the existing property management agreement, residents expressed a significant concern about eviction or displacement. What does the future look like? And no one wants to live with that kind of uncertainty. And there's a lack, and we talk about uncertainty from a national level, right, recently. So lack of affordable housing options outside of Fort Gillem. We have a naturally occurring affordable housing inventory here. And then loss of community. If you've been in a place for so long, you have relationships that you've learned to depend on, and that becomes part of your living experience. And then higher rent and utility costs. Like outside of this, what does that prospect look like? So these were some things that really jumped at to the surface. And so in terms of next steps, you've heard Jennifer mention that there is a second community meeting that's taking place on Thursday. And this is an opportunity for the URA board, staff members, city manager to talk to the community. We've worked with the community together. And again, I can't underscore the journey that we've been on with the URA board, with the city manager and the city staff. I mean, they've been fantastic champions of, we want to do what's right by this community. And we want to make sure that we're making decisions that are informed. So they've been champions of this. And so they're going to be present. Community has said, we want to hear from them. And so they said, we will be there. And also we know that the URA is going to talk more about, what does the property management transition plan look like? What are some of the steps that they've been taking? And that, and we'll be continuing to support in terms of advising the residents as an intermediary. And then also the resident advisory committee has also been talking about what does our role look like after this engagement? And, they've been thinking about neighborhood association as their next iteration of their role. I mean, they are neighbors living in a community. And so they want to be able to have a formalized relationship with this board and with the city. That's what we have.
Thank you.
And so, Mayor and Council, the URA wanted to make certain that the governing body members had this information in real time as we go through this process of nothing but equity, just trying to figure out what is best, what are they saying, and I will share. The city, we have not been invited to any of the meetings, and that was intentional. And the reason was we wanted the residents to have a free space where they could share whatever it was with PSNE, who has been contracted by the URA, so that what we were receiving was real information, not them feeling pressured. But the one on Thursday is on all of your calendars. We're asking if you can come to come. And I'll stop there. I'm not sure if Ms. James from the URA has something more she wants to share.
No, I just want to say, well, I said no, and then I said I want to say. So I guess my answer would be yes. I would say that the URA board, who is made up of 5 members, all residents in the city of Forest Park, has been very intentional about communication, very intentional about equity, very intentional about PSE doing this process and getting to know the residents to know what the next steps are. And, we've been able to ease some minds because we're not looking to displace people. We're not looking for any of that. We're just trying to find the best path forward to make sure that where our our residents live is a place that they can truly call home. And it's a true community that they will be proud to continue to call home. And then, of course, I wanted to make sure that the governing body is equipped with the information that, we've been doing behind the scenes, or I should say PSE has been doing behind the scenes to make sure that our residents are taken care of.
Councilwoman Gunn,
I have no questions at the time.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Yeah, I'm just very proud of the governing body, the URA, one for contracting you all, who are experts in this field and this matter, and just, taking care of our people. I think since the park at Gillum has been out there, they're a little bit far out there, but, they're still part of our Forest Park. They're surrounded by commercial spaces, but these are still our residents. Specifically for me, they're my ward. So I am just, thank you, Councilwoman James, for this. Thank you for this report. It's very thorough and just, something that we need. And I'm glad that you have that committee of hardworking ladies there. I know that that's something you're going to find fast is the, the passion that they have to advocate for their community. So thank you for that.
Councilwoman Wells.
Yes, thank you all so much for that presentation. I hope it eases the minds of the residents there because this has been going on for a long time. It's been talked about for a long time. And so thank you, Councilwoman James, for being a part of that and informing us what's been going on because we've been in the dark for a long time. And so I'm just really appreciative that our residents can get this and know that we are not trying to push them out, but do everything we can to keep them here. Thank you.
Councilman
I want
Mears.
to thank you also for the presentation, Ms. James's effort, input, and looking forward to hearing more information on which way we're going or how we're going or how it's coming, developing and all the time. Thank you.
And so again, I echo the sentiments of my colleagues but particularly Councilwoman, Chairwoman James. For so long, there's been that misnomer out there, but that we were intentionally trying to inflict harm or cause undue duress on the residents there, which I know your heart, and I know that was entirely not the case. But the added humanistic approach that you and your board have taken with this is really amazing. And now I'm just glad that everyone gets to see it. So thank you, and thank you all for all that you have done. All right, I have been asked to defer the financial report. So is there a motion to table the financial report to the next meet?
No move.
Is there a motion? No one wants to? Oh, there was a motion? Who made the motion? Oh, Councilwoman Wells, second, Councilwoman Gunn. Ms. Rainey?
Oh, excuse me, I have a
Oh,
question.
discussion.
Why? Is there something wrong?
No. Good evening, Mayor and Council. No, it's nothing wrong. We just want to defer to the next meeting. We're still in our year end, so we're still doing a lot of cleanup of the books. So when we present to you, we want to be able to go ahead and present the full story to you. Right now, I did submit something, but that was I think it's in the best interest to go ahead and defer since we're in year end.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Rainey?
Councilwoman James,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gunn,
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Akins Wells,
Absolutely, yes.
Councilman Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Recreation and Leisure Year End Review, Background and History. In celebration of Parks and Recreation Month, the Recreation and Leisure Services Department would like to highlight some of the amazing accomplishments during the fiscal year 25 budget year.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
I'm gonna do this a little different because I got some young ladies in here that's been in here for a few minutes, so I need to get them up out of here, okay? I'm gonna bring up 3 of my wonderful legacy residents. Come on up, Ms. Dotson, Ms. Wells, and Ms. Reed, if y'all can come on up. So these young ladies will be representing the Recreation Department and the city at this upcoming Senior Olympics.
I came in the morning.
Where they will be, where they will be trying to bring home gold in the 5K power walk, the cornhole toss, the 50-meter run, and the disco.
All right.
Awesome. The Recreation Department, I want to say thank you, ladies, for everything you do. And I appreciate y'all so much. And we look forward to all the great things y'all bring to the city next.
Yes.
Big.
Thank you for recognizing.
Thank y'all so much for coming.
Director Maxwell, when is the actual Olympics?
The Olympics are July 24th through August 5th, and each one of our events is on a different day.
Okay.
Where?
Des Moines, Iowa.
All right.
Well, I fly for free, so I can go. That's amazing. That's amazing.
All right, once again, on behalf of the Recreation and Leisure Department, this is Parks and Recreation Month. So I just wanted to come up and highlight some of the amazing things we've been doing within the city. I want to give some appreciation to some important people that's been helping us out throughout the year. On the first slide, you'll see how we're implementing the One Forest Park initiative. On there, you can see how the operation efficiency is 85% of our processes are online now. So everything you do, you can pretty much go into Civic Rec and pretty much do everything you need to do within the Recreation Department. Neighborhood sustainability, our award-winning programs and activities create and maintains healthy community. We focus on 3 components: physical, mental, and financial well-being. The economic development, many local business and vendors have benefited from I'm gonna say thousands, but hundreds of thousands of people that attend all our programs, not just the recreation and leisure, but all the programs the city offer. We do a lot of local vendors, and from speaking with some of the restaurants and gas stations that I went by, I could tell they get a peak during certain moments of the year when we have certain events. I can see some of their peak times have went up on that. All right, our legacy residents highlight, we've started doing 2 trips where they take trips in the fall and one in the springtime. They went to Chattanooga, Tennessee, and they also went to Alabama during Black History Month. We also had some of our legacy residents go with the Delta to do reading to children at Unidos Elementary. We participated in Mayfest, which is sponsored by Clayton County Senior Services. We've also, in the month of June, had Adult Day at Lake Spivey Water Splash. If y'all haven't seen it, them seniors have a good time, where you have to be 55 and older and go over there and participate. They do it twice in the summertime. We take trips to the Southern Belle Farms. They pick peaches. Them things be good too. And they go to some of the shopping at some of your small boutiques. Some of our accomplishment this past season, our 6U and both of our 8U baseball teams participated in the County Baseball League. 6U ended up winning the tournament, the countywide tournament, after coming from the losers bracket. They lost their first game and ended up coming out on top and finishing first place in the 6U baseball tournament. Our 8U baseball team, as you can see, both of them went to the championship because they both end up playing each other in the championship and end up, once again, I say they both won, but we had one of them had to win, but they both won in our pitch. Both of our 12U, U12 soccer program participated in the countywide soccer league. And as you can see, one of our soccer teams finished the season undefeated and went on to win the soccer overall tournament, countywide tournament. Our U12 soccer program participated in 5 club tournaments, not recreation, they club tournaments, meaning the kids they played against paid hundreds of dollars to participate on these clubs. And the lowest place we finished was second place average. I mean, we took some of our own. our own residents, our own recreation soccer program, and we put them up against some of the top programs that was in North Georgia, Peachtree City, and end up finishing no less than second place on that end. So I appreciate them on that. Some of our other district accomplishment, when I first started here, I told you we were gonna have the City of Forest Park Recreation participate in district, which have really never been done since, for a minute. So since we've been here, our lifeguards this year participated in the lifeguard competition that's held at the West Gwinnett Park Aquatic Center on July the 14th. They participated in all the trainings that they should already know, but what it is like a lifeguard games where they all come from all over the state of Georgia and participate and show off the training and the networking and just let everyone know the City of Forest Park has some great things down here, not just the other cities and counties. I want to give a big kudos to Ms. Rashay Reeves. She is serving as commissioner for the 4th District. When I say the commission, she was voted on by her peers. She is the commissioner, the head of District 4, and she's doing a great, amazing job. Mr. Clark always tells us to put all people in position to succeed. I never hold them back from going to trainings. When she told me they was going to vote for her, it was take away with some of her duties here at the rec center. I said, hey, go do what you do. We will figure it out on the back end. So I want to appreciate her, thank her for that, and continue doing a great job, and she'll probably get voted in for a second term. Upcoming programs we have, this month is Parks and Recreation Month. So we will be doing some special events this month. We have Therapeutic Summer Movie Night for special needs kids. They can come to the pool, and the water really calms them, so they can come to the pool, and their parents can come. And that'll be this Friday at 5 o'clock. We'll be showing a movie. We have our big festival to celebrate Parks and Rec Month, Summer Soul Art and Music Festival. If you didn't come last year, this is a wonderful event. Please come out and enjoy yourself. We're starting back Adult Swim. I've seen people online asking, when is it gonna come back? What we say, the kids are back in school, so it's time for the adults to use the pool. So, this is Adult Swim night where parents can come and just don't have to worry about the parents don't have to worry about the kids. They can come enjoy themselves and enjoy the pool. We started adult dodgeball tournaments, and if you haven't seen one, we kicked off one 2 months ago, and it was packed. We had a packed house on a Friday night for adults just to play dodgeball. Even though the rec center won 2 times so far, we're gonna keep that thing going. But the next one is August the 29th at 6 p.m. 5K fun run walk this year. I got the wrong date up there. That is November the 27th. September the 27th. Yeah, the last Saturday in September. This year we're trying to do a lot of our stuff more intentional. What we do, the 5K this year will be based around suicide prevention awareness and mental health, because most of that do know that they hit our department 2.5 years ago. So we're pretty much trying to focus now on that and trying to make stuff we do now intentional. We're also kicking off Rec and Crew. We'll be kicking that off this Friday with the code compliance, where our recreation department is going to get out into the community and not have people always have to come to the recreation center. We will bring the recreation to the community. So you'll be seeing us teaming up with the block parties and any other thing that'll be going on in the ward where we bring recreation to the people. We're actually calling it screen break. So to get the kids off the screens and pretty much out and about. Some of our proud partners, we got Clayton County Senior Services, Community Healthcare, Oak Street Health, GenCare, Dr. Lou Golson, Kaiser Permanente, the Miller Law Firm, Chick-fil-A, the Rise Up Tour Group, that's the Falcons Fan Club, Quick Trip, and Answer the Bell. Oh man, I didn't want to go 10 minutes. But last but not least, I do want to say thank you to my team. Without them, we would not be successful. I appreciate y'all so much. I know I tell y'all individually, but I want to tell y'all in public. I appreciate y'all for everything y'all do. I also want to thank my volunteer coaches. I appreciate them so much. I tell them as much as I can, but I want to say it publicly. I appreciate them. I want to say we appreciate our parents that pretty much allow us to take care of their kids throughout the year. And we appreciate all team moms, because without our team moms, they're the team managers. A lot of our teams would not be successful. So I appreciate y'all so much. Any questions?
Thank you,
Ah.
Councilwoman James.
So I just want to say congratulations to you and your team. You guys are doing a great job, and we just love what you all are doing. So thank you.
Councilwoman Gunn.
I didn't know we offer so many activities. That's nice. You guys keep doing what you do, and just representing it. And I love the customer service part. When I was coming up there, you guys are very approachable and patient. And you know, we senior citizens, we love to see y'all say yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am. That, yeah. So thank you guys so much. Okay, continue to do what you do.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Yeah, just thank you. I didn't recognize Tariq because you've been rocking the pastel the past meeting, so I'm glad you switched up on us. I'm gonna need one of those shirts too. I'm just so proud of us. Like, you know, the whole, you know, recognizing your staff. I just look at your staff that they're so young and, you know, they're youthful and they're just becoming leaders. So thank you, you know, for choosing Forest Park as your employment space. And then just that whole, like, that soccer thing is huge. Like, I don't know if y'all understand, but our rec department soccer team is competing against clubs. Like, these children are selected from certain places to be part of these clubs, and it's extremely competitive. So for us to be competing at that level is just amazing. I hope these children stay here within our schools and continue, you know, to stay within the region. Because to be honest, a lot of our kids get poached for other programs that have, you know, fancier gyms or, you know, coaches that have one other thing. So it's always amazing when, you know, Sanaya, you know, Justin, people, athletes like that caliber stay in Forest Park. We have a lot of these, and they come through our park and rec. So just thank you, Tariq, for that. And, you know, I hope we're constantly motivating them to stay here within our community. But thank you. And yeah, again, just at all, thank you for the presentation.
Councilwoman Wells.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Maxwell. Thank you to the staff. You all do an amazing job. I know with every department, there's gonna be some ups and downs, but I think you handle it very well. I think you do an amazing job as a director. And since you came and presented this, I wasn't gonna read it, but there was an email sent to me on Saturday, and I think they emailed you as well. They CC'd you on the email, and it just said, "Greetings, Councilwoman Wells. My name is Vicky. I won't say her last name because it's public. And I grew up here in the Forest Park area. I've never seen Forest Park so vibrant and exciting before. I really appreciate and thank you for all the hard work that you and Director of Recreation and Leisure, Mr. Maxwell, Tariq Maxwell, have put into making the event such a success," which is, we can't just take all the credit, but this is just what she wrote. "There may be behind the scenes general issues that have to be resolved for the events, but trust me when I say you all make it seamless. The entertainment, the vendors, the community support, law enforcement, EMT services, firefighters, all bases are covered. Please also note that the word is out on Forest Park. People from all over are coming out to support these events. My personal favorite is Fun Friday. You cannot put a price tag on the professionalism and fun that everyone seems to have. All this to say thanks to you and Director Maxwell." So I think that speaks volume coming from someone that grew up in the city and knowing what our parks used to be like. The parks were vibrant, but the things and the entertainment that we're doing now, we just didn't get that in Forest Park. And I think that has a lot to do with the leadership coming from Parks and Rec. So thank you for all that you do. And when you have a good leader, you have a good staff. And so you all have a great leader. Appreciate him just as much as he appreciates you. And thanks again for all that you do.
Councilman Mears.
Yes, ma'am. I want to congratulate y'all. Forest Park has always been a giant slayer. We've always been underdogs way back when my kids played, and I'm talking about this is in the 70s. We always was underdogs and we always come out on top. And it was always because we had a good recreation department that backed us and helped us along the way. And I want to tell you, I really appreciate y'all's work.
Thank you
Oh.
very much, Tariq, for everything. All right, Chief Clemens, Deputy Chief May. We have something exciting with the Forest Park Fire and EMS. We're going to be introduced to some new staff members.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. How you doing this evening?
Good evening.
So yes, it's my honor and privilege to stand before you. I was on a couple of our new hires that we got joining our Forest Park Fire family, as I'd like to put it. This is Mr. Tennell Hunter. He's been with us for about a month now, I guess you'd say. He's got over 10 years of experience. He comes to us. He's an AEMT. He is currently assigned to C shift. He is here being supported by his shift family this evening. The other gentleman that started with us also is Jose Morales. He unfortunately cannot be with us this evening because he is actually also in paramedic school. So he's finishing up his paramedic class as it is right now. And he is currently assigned to A shift. He'll be on duty tomorrow. But
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
So, Tennell Hunter, God-fearing family man. What I bring to the city of Forest Park, I have been in fire service for many years now. I bring not only EMS, but firefighting, airport firefighting, instructor, evaluating, and being here with this group of guys and women that are behind me. I feel like I've landed amongst a great crew since I've been here. And once again, I say thank you so much for having me here. I'm excited. Looking forward to getting out in the community and being a part of everything that's going on here.
Right.
so, and his wife, lovely wife, is here with us tonight also.
All right, proclamation and recognition of National Parks and Recreation Month. So I'm going to ask the governing body to come down forward, and then Director Maxwell, if you and your staff can come forward. Wait, that's the only one?
I should have worn my Forest Park recreation shirt.
Oh, you got one? I didn't get one. You got one already? I got it.
I would say about 10.
Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, what he's. Okay, so the proclamation reads as follows. Whereas Parks and Recreation are an integral part of community throughout this, including the city of Forest Park. And whereas Parks and Recreation promote health and wellness, including the physical and mental health. Whereas Parks and Recreation promote and whereas Parks and Recreation Whereas parks and recreation are essential to adaptable infrastructure that make our community resilient in the face of natural disasters and climate. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives have designated July as Parks and Recreation Month. And now therefore it proclaims the Forest Park governing body proudly recognizes that July is recognized as Park and Recreation Month in the city of Forest Park.
Hang that up in the front door. Come in a little bit more.
What time is it? Oh, it's almost 9. I gotta get this.
All right, old business. Council approval of a resolution authorizing the first annual renewal of the 12-month sound equipment services agreement with Digital World Live LLC. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So move.
Councilwoman James, is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilman Mears. Is there any discussion? All right, Ms. Rainey.
Councilmember James.
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn.
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Akins Wells. Councilmember Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Council approval of a resolution authorizing a stormwater management fee waiver for the property on Waldrop Drive. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So move.
Councilwoman James, is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilman Mears. Is there any other discussion? All right, Ms. Rainey.
Councilmember James.
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn.
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez. Councilmember Akins Wells. Councilmember Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Council approval of a resolution authorizing a stormwater management waiver fee for the property on Metcalf Road Extension. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So move. I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Rainey.
Councilmember James.
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn.
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez. Councilmember Akins Wells. Councilmember Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Council approval of an ordinance to amend Title II, Article E of the city's Code of Ordinances to establish regular ward fund accounts and capital ward fund accounts. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So move.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second? That was Councilwoman Gunn. Is there any discussion? All right, Ms. Rainey, please.
Councilmember James.
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn.
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez. Councilmember Akins Wells.
Yes.
Councilmember Mears.
Council approval of an ordinance to amend Section 7-1-3 of the city's Code of Ordinances to establish and revise insurance and permit requirements for the use of the city parks and recreational facilities.
I make a motion that we table this item.
There's a motion to table. Is there a second? That was Councilman Gutierrez. Is there any discussion?
I would like just to have input from our Parks and Rec director into the building of this, or whatever we're amending.
Was that not done initially?
No.
So, this packet went out to everyone, but I believe, well, we'll just table the item.
So before we
Is that
table, I
not-
have a question. So, as I understand it, it is a existing ordinance right now, right? 7-1-3 is already existing.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So there's only a few things that's been changed.
Yeah, but I think they should consider his input on it. This is something that the attorney came up with, and no disrespect with the attorney, Mr. Cardi, but I think the people here in the community that deal with this every day should have an input into this. Just my personal opinions. I'm not in favor of this right now as is.
So again, was he not a part of this?
I didn't speak with him directly, but it's not changing any of the substantive provisions. It's just codifying what's.
What we already
happening
been
now.
doing.
So I can't speak to the existing ordinance and whether that's been complied with.
All right, Ms. Rainey, we're gonna call for the vote. This is the vote a motion to table.
Councilwoman James?
No.
No. Councilmember Gunn?
No.
Okay. Councilmember Gutierrez?
Yes.
One moment, I'm writing. Councilmember Akins Wells?
Yes, but back to the discussion. So,
Wait, was that a yes to table?
yes. So, Mr. Clark, I agree with the tabling, and I actually got it from Mr. Clark, like, you table this, because like he stated, you want to give due respect to the director. We wouldn't change an ordinance without another director being involved. If it was an ordinance changing in the police department, Chief Chris would be involved, so it's just out of respect of having that leader involved in the process, and so that he's aware of what is
We're not
even
do-
being.
Let me
Okay,
finish going
either-
through the vote. Councilman Mears?
Yeah.
No,
All right, so that failed. So then is there a motion on the table to approve this item?
So moved.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
second.
That was Councilman Mears. Now, is there any discussion?
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm just
yeah.
slightly up, go ahead,
Yes, I'll discuss. Basically, the ordinance is already in place. The only thing that's changing is making sure that we are, you all saw the scratch outs of the things that were taken out and put it in. It's just, this, you know.
I mean, we talked about how times have changed, and I think you should be included in that. And I honestly, with all due respect to all of you, I understand we can disagree on things, but I don't think I'm asking too much as to tabling this and including our director of Parks and Rec who directly deals with this.
Exactly.
And I would do the same for any of you. If you're not completely comfortable with something, I just think it's kind of like, I don't know. I don't understand why.
Well, I don't.
We don't either.
It's not like he said he wanted to be.
I asked, Director Tariq, was anything that you had any discretions about in the changes that took place, something that you feel that we need to come back around and give you a chance to look at and discuss or add, or is there anything?
Well, the main thing I want to make sure I'm clear on is the number of people when it comes to being able to be considered a group and have to have insurance and police involved.
So again, the special events ordinance has been on the books. That was just brought over to this section. And it reads in A3, just for clarity, any group that exceeds 30 people must apply for a special events permit under Title 9, Chapter 15, special events. We just moved it from that particular section that was already in the code to this section. Section 1, the only modification is that it is struck out that groups of 15 persons or more desiring to use any record, and the 15 is struck and it just says persons that are using our actual buildings. The 10-day portion is already in the code. That is no change. And that's the only change in that paragraph. In section B, the only change is the words buildings to pavilions. The code language, as it refers to the picnics, that is existing code language that are there. The organized league pay, it says, upon terms and conditions to be agreed upon by the mayor and council. None of those organized tournaments were brought before a council. I don't believe it's ever been done like that. But that's the issue. That is what was currently in the code and wasn't being followed. The change here removes it from mayor and council to putting whatever those terms and conditions are on the city attorney to prepare those by way of an application and conditions that come from them. Subsection 2, our practice currently is that for individuals that are using our facilities for large events, they have to have insurance in the amount of $1 million, listing the city of Forest Park as additional insured. That relieves any liability off of the city in case something happens. It is currently practiced, but it is not codified. For every fee waiver that has come before you, one of the conditions that we've put on every park rental has been that they have to have this certificate of insurance for $1 million. That certificate of insurance can run them from $75 to, I'm assuming, $150. It sounds like a big number, but it's not expensive. But that relieves us of any liability if something happens on the premises. And then finally, section 3, the part about the organized leagues is already in the code. Already Parks and Recreation procures police for these events. That's already a practice. The only thing we are doing is codifying that practice and making it policy, as well as instead of them being able to bring in police officers that are not from here, off-duty police officers, this specifies that it has to be a post-certified Forest Park police officer, as well as it codifies what that ratio looks like. And again, this is codifying practice to our ordinance because there are ordinances that haven't been followed, because they've been on the books for so long. And so what we've been asking for is when those situations happen and we realize that the ordinance is not being followed, what we try to do is work to make certain that both parties are attuned with what has been adopted by the governing body. But those are the only modifications. There are new inserts. There are no new inserts of sections or anything like that. It's already there.
Okay.
So to what Director Tariq was asking for as to the insurance, Director Tariq, you see that from what he read, you got the clarity, understanding that they have to have, that.
Yeah, and if
police
that's,
officer.
yeah.
That was that was your main concern, basically.
Yeah, so
within it.
everyone that pretty much falls up under that will, no matter what, have to get the insurance, yes.
And they're doing that already, correct? For
Well,
people
the
with these large
league-
events at the rentals.
Yes, the large group events. The large group events are, but what are we considering a group is, what I'm looking for is organization. But what I'm considering a group is the number of people that come out there. So if I go rent it and I'm an individual and it's 100 people out there, do I have to have a insurance? Okay, but I'm not considered a group though. I'm an individual. So that's what I'm trying to make sure I understand.
Again, this is why we need your input on this. There's some things that might be added on here. And now to put you on the spot in front of your direct supervisor and say, what's wrong with it? What are you going to say? You're going to say whatever's right. And I don't mean to put you on the spot. There's a lot of things that are right here. I'm not saying it's wrong, but I think your input is needed when it's Parks and Recreation and Cultural Affairs, when you're the person in charge of putting together all these events. So I just think it's out of respect to you. That's just how I'm dying on this hill, y'all.
Yeah, and honestly, because ain't nobody gonna have me looking crazy. Mr. Clark is the one that asked me to table it. So obviously he feel the same way. Like I said, if it's gonna be another director, you're gonna give them all due respect. Just like they bring this stuff for us to approve, we have time to go over it. It's no different with our director. So give him that opportunity to do that. So of course you say, well, nothing's changing, but obviously he has questions. And if he would have been involved in the process in the beginning, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
And if the recommendation, of course, if the governing body is sitting first, if the governing body, we do not mind from a staff level, that's why I said we could table it, to have a conversation, but the other conversation is these things are already on the books. We just gotta follow what's there, but that's why the tabling came up. If we need to have a conversation about what's already there and the minor amendments, we can do that. That was my recommendation based upon the commentary of this body.
Councilman Mears? Questions or comments? All right, Ms. Rainey, the vote, please.
Councilmember James.
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn.
I want to give him the opportunity. So let's go on the table.
Yes.
So no.
That's a no. Yeah, I changed it.
No?
Yeah,
Councilman Gutierrez?
No.
Councilwoman Wells?
No.
And Councilman Mears?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Now, is there a motion to confirm Mrs. Rochelle Dennis as our Economic Development Director?
So move.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
That's Councilman Gutierrez. Is there any discussion? That motion was made by
Congratulations.
Councilwoman James. Ms. Rainey, vote please.
Councilmember James.
Congratulations.
Councilman James, the vote.
I'm-
Vote.
Oh, the
Councilmember
vote,
James.
yes.
Councilmember Gunn.
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Hold on, let me make it.
Councilmember Akins Wells.
Yes,
Councilmember Mears.
Yes.
absolutely. Approval
Thank you.
to, is there a motion to approve the professional service agreement for the Honorable Judge Ronald Freeman?
So move.
All right, okay, that was Councilwoman Wells,
I'll
second.
second.
Councilwoman James, is there any discussion? Ms. Rainey, please.
Councilmember James.
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn.
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Akins Wells.
Yes.
Councilmember Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and we do have executive session. So is there a motion to recess and
We can do
enter
our
into
public
executive
comments
session? Oh,
before.
I'm sorry, wait, oh yeah, closing comments. Would you guys like to start on this end?
Yeah,
Okay, we'll start on this end this time.
let me go first. Well,
Yes.
If you got something to say.
I want to, Mr. Willie back there, he's a sexy senior citizen. I want to thank him coming all the time, and we had a good meeting. We had a large crowd. We got a lot here in Forest Park to be proud of. We just have to keep our head up and keep working and look to God, and we'll be all right.
Thank you. Councilwoman Wells.
Yes, I wanted to, he's gone now, but, you know, sometimes I agree with Mr. Parker, sometimes I disagree with Mr. Parker. And I just wanted to let him know, because I'm sure he's probably listening, that I believe in holding people accountable. And I don't like when he puts all of us in one group, because we're all individuals. We all have our own opinions. And I definitely don't brush anything under the rug. I just don't believe in beating a dead horse. And as long as the people are talking about it and the people are aware of what's going on, then who am I to keep talking about it? As long as the people know. And how you hold us accountable, whether it's me, Ward 1, 2, 3, 5, mayor, is you get out and vote. If you don't like what's going on, then you have the opportunity to change that. So spread the word. Coming up here, speaking to us, we can't vote each other out. You know, so talk to the people in the community and let them know what's going on, because a lot of people don't know. And I know the residents of Ward 4, I'm very, very, very engaged in my community, and not just Ward 4. It hasn't been brushed under the rug. The people aren't forgetting about it. But again, it's not our job. It's, you all are our bosses. So you all have to hold us accountable. And so I just wanted to put that out there, just like I held myself accountable with the cemetery stuff. I'm not above anyone else. When I'm wrong, I admit I'm wrong, and I apologize. If an apology wasn't given, they didn't feel the need to apologize. So why would we keep talking about getting an apology we're not going to get? At the end of the day, like I said, if you want to see change, then be a part of that change. And it's just no sense in keep talking about the same things. Another thing I would want to discuss was the council meetings. We've had a lot this year, and I don't agree with it. I don't know if people noticed, which it doesn't matter that I wasn't responding when it came to canceling our meetings, because again, we work for the resident. And while our meeting was canceled, we're elected to do the job of the people, people on vacations and people out doing this and that, and people coming up to City Hall like, oh, what, there's no council meeting today, Councilwoman? Well, no, it was council like the last one, you know? So even if we're gonna do that, I think the people, we need to learn how to put the information out there. Again, I'll say transparency. We need to, and I think it was like 2 days or something that, that information was put out. So I wasn't in favor of that. I believe we have 2 meetings a month. We need to be here. If there's nothing on the agenda, let the people come and talk. This is their house. They're our bosses. So I don't appreciate all of the council meetings. But I just wanted to talk about one thing that the others came to talk about, and that the community is talking about, the events and bringing the people together. And some will say, oh, they just do events, but they don't see this part of it. They don't see the fight and the voice for our community. This may be all you see. Because you don't come and get to know your elected officials or hold your elected officials accountable. So as everyone know, I've been doing the back to school drive I've been in office 13 years, 12 years. The city decided to do one, so I did mine on a smaller scale at Fun Friday. Families came out, enjoyed a Friday night in our park, which they love. And the kids came out and got free school supplies. And I want to thank Nick and Nat over on Main Street for donating a lot of these supplies to our community. They appreciated it, and it looks like the one that the city did as well went amazing. I'm all for giving back to our community and letting them come out to enjoy their community. So thank you all for that as well, Mr. Clark. I think you had a huge hand in putting that together, so very much appreciated. And I was laughing at Lieutenant. He left out of here, but he is so funny to me. I love these officers so much. We have some great employees, and I like to recognize those employees too. And Officer Cardenas came up to me and said, hey, Councilwoman Wells, you want to take a picture with me? Because I'm from Forest Park too, And then all of the other officers came, but we had a good time. We danced, we just fellowship and enjoy our community. I expect to see people there, but then again, I don't. But this is what we do in the city's Forest Park. This is what Councilwoman Wells love to see, our community come together, people traveling. I think one lady said she was from Palmetto, Georgia. I don't even know where Palmetto, Georgia is, but I know it's not around here. And somebody came from Indiana. They said their family talks about Fun Friday, and they wanted to come. And so they traveled. They were having some family event, and they came to Fun Friday. And again, this is what it's about. We speak about one Forest Park. And again, this is me being transparent. We speak about one Forest Park, but are we really one Forest Park? So I think we need to practice what we preach. And if it's one Forest Park, then everybody should be participating. Everybody should be out in the community. And it doesn't matter whose event it is. If it's going to be one Forest Park, let it be one Forest Park. Thank you all so much for coming out. Y'all have a blessed night.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes, thank you. So I just want a few things. Great presentation by Southern Equity. I'm excited that we're moving forward over there in our apartment complexes in Forest Park. So shout out again to you, Councilwoman James. Very enlightened today and empowered. I really appreciate all the people coming to speak up on the cemetery because that's very important to us. And always just when you're having a hard day, just think of your ancestors and how your parents had to go through different times and just, be proud of your name and what you do. Because one day you're going to be an older person and you're going to expect that same, pride from your family members and your youngins. Shout out to Tariq and his department, Parks and Rec. It was nice seeing everybody here with your employees. Keep up the good work and just the presentation with the updates on everything they do. The presentation from the city manager with the new software that's going to come up to show the community all the numbers. I love that. And sometimes you don't really cherish what you have until you go to these trainings and you meet people in other cities. And you just, then you go visit their website, and then it's nothing like ours. So I'm extremely proud of that. Congratulations to the new members of our Forest Park family that were presented today. And Ms. Dennis, congratulations. Really excited about your promotion, and I know you're going to do great work because you've been doing it already. Happy the kids are coming back to school. The schools without the children is not the same. So I don't know if everybody shares the same sentiment, but I miss the kids, and they come excited after the summer. So I look forward to that. And with all that being said, just have a good evening. Sorry, y'all, I'm a little cranky. I'm tired. I woke up very early today and I'm sleepy. So thank you for the hat. It doesn't fit my head. If we can get a guy's version of this, I would appreciate it. I know, Walker, I know you're looking because I know this don't fit you. All right, Director Walker. Okay, I got you, Ms. Keith.
Councilwoman Gunn.
Well, I just want to thank everybody, staff members, from one department, Public Works, Code Enforcement, our, end of working, I call you guys the brainiacs, of the city. Everybody that came out Saturday and just really, loved on this community. It was, very explosive. I'm still getting phone calls. And just to see our vendors, people who are local here in the community, to come out and to love on everybody. The food was good. I was waiting on the chicken. It was seasoned well. It was just amazing. And so with that, this thing about us coming together and being co-workers, we are one Forest Park. And I'm going to stand on that. I'm seeing it from what I'm seeing. I'm not saying that we all agree. We come together to make this city better. And so this morning, I grabbed the wrong book and I happened to have my human resource book. And I sat in my office for about an hour and I just looked at this. And it says, it is the mission of the city of Forest Park to enhance, to strengthen,
Oh,
and grow.
oh my God. Bless,
Bless you. Bless you.
take cover.
I'm gonna start again. You all right? Good. No, that's no.
My allergies, man, brother. I'm sorry, Ms. Gunn.
All right. So the mission statement for Forest Park, Georgia is, it is the mission of the city of Forest Park to enhance, to strengthen, and grow our city by collaborating with our community to provide the highest level of service. And I saw that Saturday. And I'm so proud of what I saw and what I experienced. It also says striving to be recognized as a diverse community that values and respect all members. We will strive to provide fair, professional, and courteous service through transparency and open communication. And we are seeing how we are moving forward with the presentation tonight. I'm loving where we're going, how we're doing, how we're moving. It also says, as we work to achieve this mission, we will have integrity beyond reproach while employing fiscal discipline and innovation. In this work, there are no praises and raises for mediocrity. And I appreciate you guys. I saw one Forest Park. I saw it. And I know we can continue to do that. You guys stay intentional, stay multidimensional, stay in a posture of co-working and co-laboring together. You guys are here. You guys got families. Y'all need to be home. I want to be home. I know y'all need to be home. I stay right around the corner. I don't know where many of you guys have to drive, but I really appreciate our staff. I appreciate everything you guys do. Every part fitly join it together to give an amazing presentation that we are one Forest Park. And I appreciate all you guys. Thank y'all so much for coming together. You guys, thank you for the sacrifice. Whoever seasoned that chicken, make sure they stay on duty for next year. It was good. Thank you so much. And I'm so just honored how we're moving. We got a long way to go. We got some things to clean up. And so you guys stay intentional. Thank you so much.
Councilwoman James.
Yes, so Chief Chris, I want to say thank you to you and your team on the neighborhood watch meeting that we had in Ward 1. It was very successful. We had great feedback from the residents that attended that. Thank you to all the other directors that was able to make that particular meeting. Want to thank you all for coming out for the ward meeting, all the directors and leaders that came out for the ward meeting as well. You all always do a great job. The recording should be available this week to be posted online for those of you that can't make it. Also, on the door out there, Mr. Clark, the name need to be corrected. I just put a note on that on there. I also want to say to Director Maxwell, you and I talk, so we know each other. And don't take my vote as trying to undermine whatever. You know, a lot of times when we table stuff, it never gets back on the books again. But I do want to say I appreciate our attorney for trying to help us be where we need to be legally, so that we don't end up getting sued and keeping the city council's name off of a lot of stuff we don't need to be on. But that's another thing. I also want to thank Mr. Clark for the data center town hall meeting. That was wonderful. We've gotten great reviews from that as well. As we continue to go forward, I just want to say that we are here to serve, and I appreciate all of you all and for all the work that you all do. Thanks.
Seconds. Councilman Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to shout out the police officers for saving that 1-year-old. I just thought that was astonishing because now somebody is here and that couldn't have been here. But just real quick, it was my birthday last week. And I didn't want any gifts, but a gentleman that used to work for our police department, Mr. Thomas, got everything, a lot of the things stolen from his business. So I'm just asking for the support to his GoFundMe. Because a lot of the students that the school I work at go there, and he mentors a lot of the people in this community, and he's giving them a space. So he's not only just going out there, but he actually rented a space so our students can have a space. So if you can drop $5-10 on there. I would appreciate, or anything you can to support, you know, him getting some of that stuff back. And I'm going to be raffling a Labubu for the person that donates. So if you don't have one, you can get one. It might be fake. I don't know. It's a little monster that my wife gave me, but yeah.
Okay, I want to thank everyone for coming out. It's been a long meeting, but as you can tell, there's a lot of business to get done. And so we do not take it lightly, all of the work that is before us, but heavy is the head who wears the crown. And so I'm going to ask for a motion to go into executive session once again for personnel, litigation, real estate, and legal matters.
Quick.
We will, okay. I said out loud.
Second.
Thank you, thank you, thank
Make
you.
a motion.
No bad.
Emotion, I guess. I don't know.
We gotta do it.
We'll make it quick.
No.
Second the motion.
Done. Work, regular meeting.
So moved.
That was Councilwoman James. There a second?
Second.
That was Councilwoman Gunn. All in favor?
Aye.
Now, is there a motion to approve the general release and indemnification agreement with Chippendale LLC? Concern, I
Chippendale's a club?
knew, I started to skip it because I knew you were gonna do that. Concerning excess taxes for 498 North Avenue.
So moved.
Thank you, Councilwoman James. There a second?
Second.
That's Councilwoman Gunn. Is there any discussion? Ms. Rainey, please.
Councilmember James.
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn.
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Akins Wells. Councilmember Mears.
Is there a motion to approve the general release and indemnification agreement with Mike Moldado? Yeah, him, concerning excess taxes for 1131 Stony Brook Road.
So moved.
Councilwoman James, is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilman Mears. Is there any discussion? Ms. Rainey?
Councilmember James.
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn.
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Yeah.
Councilmember Akins Wells. Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. Councilmember Mears.
Yes.
There a motion to approve the general release and indemnification agreement with Spill at Home LLC concerning excess taxes for 521 Grenade Street. Thank you, Councilwoman James. There a second?
Second.
I'm struck. There's a second by Councilwoman Gunn. Is there any other discussion? Ms. Rainey, roll call, please.
Councilmember James.
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn.
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Akins Wells. Councilmember Mears.
Now, is there a motion to approve the resolution transferring 799 Main Street to the Forest Park Downtown Development Authority?
So moved.
That's Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilwoman Gunn. Is there any other discussion? All right, Ms. Rainey.
Councilmember James.
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn.
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Akins Wells. Councilmember, excuse me, Mears.
Meeting is adjourned.